going to go back in there. And then when I come out, you guys need to go crazy. Whistles, hoots, nini, nini. Can you guys do that? Can we try it? So in my cue, at 3, you guys just go crazy kabisa. Then I'll go in and come back, and it's going to be crazy. It'll look great on camera. Sawa? Sounds good? Aya, Joe, jifanye ni kama sijakuja. We're going to do this again, properly. Yes! Wow, you guys. Wow. So spontaneous. You guys, umeniweza brother. You guys are so spontaneous, completely unprompted. That was really wonderful. Best audience ever. Has everybody ever told you? You are made to be in an audience. Not to stand out or anything, just to be part of an audience, the guy that enrolls D13 that shouts. This is your life's mission. You've lived to your full potential. Hey everybody, how are you doing? Good morning. My name is Larry Midowo, but I also answer to Rare. It's all right, depending on... No. I answer to Rare. This is true. My first job was in Kikuyu radio. Don't ask. I didn't speak Kikuyu then. So there'd be a signature tune to say, Mohoro Mwaki Mwaki. And I don't know how many of you guys know what that means, but Mohoro Mwaki Mwaki means hot news. Because the hot once was not hot enough. It needed to be hot twice. So try it with me. Mohoro Mwaki Mwaki. So then there'll be all these guys doing a Kikuyu introduction, then I come and do English news. It was the most confusing thing ever. No wonder the station didn't last. Anyway, where I come from, though, they have a name for me. Usually I meet guys on the street, and I can tell what they're going to tell me and what language they'll speak to me based on how they greet me. Guys from the village are like, Larry. Do you notice the difference? It's not Larry, it's Larry. That's just like this guy is coming from Uko, the middle of Ahero, Ndani, in the great county of Kisumu. So I like that too, but I started learning French. So these days, when I speak to somebody from France, je m'appelle Larry. Because you know now the R is soft, right? I'm trying to be fancy. I can't just say Larry, so je m'appelle Larry. So it's like an R, but a soft R. Anyway, my point is, my grandmother, the way she calls me is my favorite. She has no time for G fancy things. She's like, Omondi. She's not into that whole Larry thing. Anyway, we're going to really have a great show, and I've got 2 great news for you. I've got good news and very good news. What should I start with? Good news or very good news? Very good news. The food is free. And the good news is the Wi-Fi is also free. I know, this is like on a Monday morning. Mondays are horrible, but somebody's giving you free food and free Wi-Fi. Basically all the basic necessities everybody needs to survive, right? Food and Wi-Fi. Clothes are optional, depending on where you are. So the hashtag is unbank yourself, as you can see, in case you're blind or something. The hashtag is unbank yourself, which is also the title of the Wi-Fi. Go in there. Don't update all your apps. It will be slow. You guys work out a schedules like row 1, you can update your apps kwanza, like row 1 to 3, and then you stop. Then these guys from like row 4 to 7 can do so. That way we have like, you keep handing it over to the next guys. Sounds good? Can I trust somebody to handle that, just hand over so the Wi-Fi is good enough for everyone who wants to tweet and stuff like that? Excellent. So the reason why we're all here today is because banking is broken. I used to work in a bank many moons ago, but that's a story for a different day. Banking is broken, but thankfully, CBA is fixing that. But I don't want to tell you that just yet, because right now I'm really excited to bring out, they are Nairobi's premier improv comedy show. You're going to love them. Please put your hands together for Because You Said So.
Thanks, bro. Hey, hello. Hi. How are you all doing? You guys, there's free food and there's free Wi-Fi. You can do better than that. How are you all doing? Welcome to the Kenya National Theatre. It's not like I own it, but you're welcome here. Lovely event put together by CBA, wonderful products, CBA Bank. My name is Jason Bruno, and I host and produce a show called Because You Said So. Because You Said So, as Larry mentioned, is Kenya's premier improv comedy show. What improv means is that we don't have scripts. All our shows are not scripted. We are too lazy to do that. So anything that we do on stage is actually made up right here. And it's usually more fun when you participate. Okay? So I'll go ahead and introduce the cast. To my far left is Yafesi Musoke. He's an illegal immigrant from Uganda. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yafesi, maybe you can tell us. Yafesi has an interesting story. He's coming illegal immigrant from Uganda, but having born in Delhi. This item, born Delhi.
Yeah.
So, Yafesi, maybe you tell us something small in Gujarati and tell us meaning. Meaning only.
The meaning.
Ha.
Wow. Right. Nana Pachketer and Nan Kildometer.
Which means?
All those are just the names of my classmates in high school.
Okay, a round of applause for Yafesi. Okay, next to Yafesi is we like to call him Fatso. He's Justo, Justin Karunguru. Justo, maybe you can show us your most commercially and viable talent.
Wow.
Tell us about it.
My belly can do waves.
Oh, really? Okay. Let's see it.
I was just like, that's it.
A round of applause for Justo. Standing next to Justo is the beautiful, beautiful Patricia Kihoro. Patricia, there's a lot that can be said about Patricia. She's a radio personality, and of course, she's a cast member of Because You Said So. Whoop, whoop. So, Patricia, maybe you can tell us, let me see. The most useless thing a teacher ever said to you.
Take out your logbook. Sine, cos, you get what I'm saying, right? Sine times cosine squared, something along those lines.
I think for me, the most useless thing I ever learned in high school was BODMAS. Like, I've never used it.
Everybody uses BODMAS.
You still use BODMAS?
Yeah, even brackets. Of.
Does everyone here know what BODMAS is?
You know what BODMAS is?
You
guys know what BODMAS? Excuse me, class. Today, okay, say it with me. Today we are going to learn about BODMAS.
Brackets of division, multiplication, addition, subtraction.
Clap for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
Things that I've been doing at all.
Next to Patricia is Kevin K1 Minor. I think all the ladies come for our shows just because of this guy. But also, he is the only male cast member of Because You Said So who has a full head of hair. So he's not the intelligent person, he's the most intelligent person we know. So Akili Ninyuele does not apply here. So K1, maybe you can tell us, obviously he's the one it's been a while since he went to the barbers. So maybe you can tell us something that you remember from those days when you went to the barber shop. Maybe something life-changing that your barber said to you.
The spirit is good for you. Spirit.
Oh, okay. A round of applause. A round of applause for K1. Okay, so our first segment, we're going to go into something we call movie titles. So what we're going to do is that I'm going to ask you for suggestions of any letters. I need 2 letters. So what I want the cast to do is from those letters, they have to come up with a movie title. And if we like the movie title, they can tell us about the movie. And if we like the movie, what we hear about the movie, we will ask that person to direct a scene from that movie. Does that work? We're on the same page? Okay, let me get a suggestion of a letter from this side. X. Okay. I think I need to calm down. So we have an X from this side. And we have a what from this side? B. B for boy. Okay, so we have X, B. X and B. So are you guys ready with movie titles? X and B.
Wow.
Okay, let's go. We start with Yafesi.
Xylophone bodacious.
Uh-huh. Justo.
Xavier's boys.
Uh-huh. Patricia?
Xavier's bread.
Guys, faster. I need to go faster.
X-Trail Beyond.
Extra Beyond, tell us about that movie.
Okay, so it's about a car from outer space.
Okay.
And it came to invade the planet
Uh-huh.
and take over, basically it was jealous of its enemy, the Transformer.
That would be too expensive to produce. Can I get other suggestions for letters? This side. Q. Thank you. And I get a Y. QY. Okay, let's go. QY.
Quentin's year.
Okay.
Quiet yesterday.
I like that title. Quiet Yesterday. Tell us about that movie.
It's about starting the week after having a quiet Sunday.
Oh, okay. Do you guys want to watch a scene from that movie? Yeah? Do you want to? Okay, Patricia, you're on. You have the budget and we're giving you time to direct.
Okay.
2 minutes.
So, quiet Sunday. This is about relaxation at home, so I need you to just lie down. All of you.
Okay, lying down.
And you all lie down quietly. You are lost in thought about your life and where things are going. Every once in a while you exclaim about certain dreams that you have, but quietly, like a whisper.
Gasp.
You are lying quietly, dozing. And you snore and you wake yourself up. You are lying quietly thinking about the love of your life.
Is that a movie you guys would go watch? No? Okay, let's get up. I need suggestions for letters. Let's do this one last time. This side. W, thank you. And we get a D. T or, accentuates. T or D? T for toy. T for toto. T for tortoise. Okay. That was what again?
W.
W and T. Okay, let's go. WT. We start with your Fesi.
Wonderful trombones.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, let's hear about it.
It's science fiction about a brass entertainment section that got tired of being in the brass section and they decided to take over the whole orchestra.
You guys want to watch that movie?
No.
No? Okay, let's go on here. Justo?
Wanderer's Tea.
Wanderer's Tea.
Yeah.
Okay, tell us about it.
It's about this T-shirt that you wear and just makes you wanderers.
Okay.
Okay, so
Do you guys want to watch that movie? Yeah? Okay, let's try.
okay, so K1, you have the T. Everyone wants to wear the T because you want to be as wanderers as K1. So K1 is walking down the street. You two are looking at him. Look at him with awe. Wow. Look at him go. Okay, hold
Okay,
it.
wait, for the T-shirt.
Yes, thank you. Effects, please, effects.
Okay.
Okay, hold.
Okay, wait.
Okay, actors, please, actors, hold it. Actors, Kevin. Okay, cut. Actors, I want you to imagine this T-shirt on yourself. Imagine what it would feel like when you wear it, okay? Kevin, I want you to walk with purpose, okay? I want you to walk with me, Kevin. Walk with me, okay? Let's walk, okay? Walk with purpose. Okay? Okay, let's take the scene from the top. Go, let's go. All right, are we ready? Effects, are we ready? Music,
Wonder.
action. Okay, cut.
That's the most nonsense movie I've ever watched. Okay, now we'll try another segment. Maybe the cast can tell me reasons why Kenya will never be the best English-speaking country in Africa.
Otherwise?
Likewise.
Me myself personally, I have been involved in my own capacity. Yeah.
Steven, you guys, you know. You know. You know why. We will never be the best English. See, you know.
Yes. And us, we can confirm. Across the border.
So truly, because of who we are as Kenyans, we must diagonalize our situation.
See, now we go.
But the far we have come, we hope to improve.
You You guys, Jana, I could add that food. It was so tamu. What?
Please revert back to us about what you think.
Flash me, I call you.
Let's try most annoying people in banking halls. Most annoying things that happen in banking halls.
Who's going first? Oh, okay.
Okay, wait. You need us to queue?
No, see,
Oh. Oh, okay, so most annoying things that happen in banking halls. Or most annoying people at banking halls.
Hizi tunapata wapi?
Boss, ziko hapo, just ask the askari to help you.
Muulize.
Oh, yeah, I thought of one. Come. Line up. Yes, deposit. She knows those guys who deposit like 20 million, just they're depositing a check of 1,000.
Okay, we're in the line. Come.
On the line, okay. Seems like all annoying things happen on the line. You've thought of one, okay?
Be the teller.
I'm the teller.
You guys can line up. Look, excuse me.
Closed. Sasa.
Raindrop, drop top, smoking, no cooking, the hot box.
Number 25.
Sorry,
Number 25.
I was here.
Alikuwa huku.
I was here.
Wachana na yeye.
Ndio
Listen.
niko na number 25.
Hey. I was here. Listen.
Where?
It's a small thing. It's just a small thing, yeah?
Di.
Look, I was here before. I had a problem. You guys were supposed to give me my checkbook. I'm trying to transfer a lot. Excuse me. Yeah. I'm in the bank right now. It's coming through. Yeah, don't worry. Hey, can you just sort this out now?
How can I help you?
I just want to deposit 500 shillings. And next time, such amounts, the...
Anybody else think of something else? Anybody else? No? Let's go for most annoying students in school.
Okay, be the teacher.
I'll be the teacher.
Yeah, finish the class.
Okay. Good morning, class.
Good morning.
Okay.
teacher.
I finish.
Finish.
Okay, thank you. Now make sure umefanya homework, umesikia? Unajua siku hizi ya msomi.
Teacher, you said you were giving us a quiz today.
Thank you for reminding me. On that, put away your books. Okay, here. So it's space out. It's an exam. So it has just started, like 10 minutes into the exam. Grrr. Extra paper, please.
Another one.
It's an exam, Bado.
Exam
Okay.
still. Excuse me, teacher. Yes. Number 3, there's no right answer.
That's the one I know.
Nothing?
I'm the most annoying
Nothing?
student.
Okay, let's try. Yefesi, so we're
Yes.
going to play a game called Sit, Bend, Stand, which Yefesi is going to explain to you just now. It's so much fun. You're going to love it. It's huge. It's huge. You're going to love it.
It's amazing.
It's going to be huge.
Right.
Sit, bend, stand,
Stand,
sit,
bend.
bend.
Yeah, that one.
Just call it stand, sit, bend. So, what will happen is some random scene will be played out here. But at any moment, throughout, spontaneously, there are going to be 3 characters at a time. One must be standing, one must be sitting, one must be bending. And you guys are the referees. You're going to point out when someone is not. Yeah, and you can't cue each other like, okay, let me sit down so that you cue the others. No, it's just spontaneous. And the scenario is these guys are visiting the animal orphanage.
Okay.
All right, and then they find a little cheetah cub that was found. But now they are being asked to adopt it because the orphanage is full. Yeah, that's Justo, Patricia, and Jason. And then if anyone messes up, they're removed and they're replaced by one of the others.
So I think K1 can be the cub. He has the nene.
He has the
Oh yeah. K1 can be the cub.
Come on.
okay. Cab away.
So,
No,
Huh? Sit. How much is it to adopt this pet?
I don't. We can't adopt it. It's a wild animal.
Oh.
It's
But-
a wild animal.
But looking at it from here, it has a very nice fur coat, but I don't think this animal is healthy.
I can't.
Inaumanga what?
I can't.
Inaumanga.
I'm so scared.
Iya iwezi kuuma.
Ai,
Itakuumaje?
hebu angalia sawa sawa.
Guys, me, I'm going home. I can't.
Okay, guys, let's just go. Thank you, and we'll be back shortly for more. Thank you.
Let's hear it one more time for BYSS. Follow the social media. The shows are amazing. The ones coming up really soon. Follow Jason Rune and the team. You must watch them because they're awesome. You know, they were just talking about what people learned in school that's completely useless. And first, who has ever had to use mole concept since high school? Mole concept. Do you remember that? Like, you didn't do chemistry? Mole concept? You don't remember that? I failed it, and I'm so glad I did because it has not helped me in life since. You know what else has not helped me in life? I had to wear a jacket in school, and I came out here, and my jacket was buttoned badly, and you all didn't tell me. Mushindwe. Mushindwe. You know what I really want to say, but I can't because this is good company. Right? But you know how that sentence ends. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the screens. Whoa! I feel like I want to do a robot dance right now. You know, just like, okay, maybe I'm not doing it right. Anyway, we want to officially kick off and welcome our host to give a quick introductory note. So please put your hands together for the CBA Group Executive Director, Martin Mugambi.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
That's better. There's free Wi-Fi. There's free food. Who was happy to be here? All right. During the day, 9 to 5, I'm a banker. A pretty good banker. 5 to 9, I'm a millennial. I want to be millennial, but I'm a millennial. Thank you for being here. There's so much energy, so much excitement in the room. If you were a pacer, is it vibrating after that introduction? No one wears a pacer here, right? Okay, so a warm welcome to all of you. A welcome because you're all interesting people. This is the bank for interesting people. The official stuff, before we go to the fun stuff. Cabinet Secretary Joe Musheru, welcome. Our distinguished board members of CBA, our technology partners, Central Bank of Kenya representatives, our corporate customers, millennials, put up your hand. Welcome. Members of the Fourth Estate, media representatives, distinguished guests, CBA colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, may I simply say all protocols observed. That's the official stuff. I want to take you across time, talk about CBA's digital journey. We're a 54-year bank that has a very rich history. We've not always been a digital bank. We started as a traditional boring bank with boring experiences where you had to queue in the bank like the team that was just up here. 11 years ago, in 2006, we decided to change the trajectory. We started our mobile payments journey. We were invited by Vodafone, Safaricom, and FSD to take part in some work that they were doing, which resulted in the eventual setup of M-Pesa by Safaricom. Who likes M-Pesa? Come on. All right. So CBA's main role at the time included testing the intended solution that was being developed. We helped design the system that would support e-value through money in the bank. So e-value is backed by something. And we gave birth to what is called the trust account. Fast forward, 5 years ago in November 2012, CBA launched the first ever mobile savings and loan service in the world called Mshwari. 5 years ago. Mshwari was to complement our partners' mobile money platform. Today, M-Pesa is celebrating its 10th year. Congratulations, M-Pesa. With the launch of Mshwari, CBA began the process of transformation from a sleepy traditional corporate and retail bank with a sleepy brand into a technology-driven bank. 2 years later, we truly, in earnest, started our journey to becoming a digital bank, transforming how we deliver financial services to you, our customers. Customers were telling us they were yearning for compelling solutions and services. They wanted to have experiences. They wanted to have experiences that transcended traditional banking channels. And we listened to them and heard them and responded. Today, CBA is a technology-focused organization with a banking license, the best of both worlds. We serve 25 million customers in 4 countries, and we're just getting started. Our mobile savings and loan business is in a class of its own. We have significantly driven the financial inclusion agenda forward. We've lent $1.5 billion, real money, in the last 4 years, all delivered digitally via the mobile phone. And we've also driven savings, a key part of the government's objectives. And we'll ask the Cabinet Secretary to come and say hello later. Today, with the launch of Loop, we complete that transformation, truly digital bank. We have not just removed paper and digitized. We have become a truly digital bank. We are delivering experiences, not products. Loop creates a virtuous cycle of fulfilling our customers' needs by providing experiences that are fresh and exciting, with relevant financial solutions, with memorable experiences. Experiences are the key word. So Loop is a digital financial service that's very compelling. It combines payments, savings, investment, credit, insurance solutions, all bundled into one virtuous experience. We embed Loop into your unique lifestyle as a customer of CBA. We give you time for more, right, CBA? Time for more, that's what you want. So going into the future, the new CBA is about growth. It's about being passionate about the customer. It's about innovation. Dubbed CBA 2.0, the future starts today. It starts right here. So if you're interested in a fun, exciting journey, come. Journey with us. The future is so bright. It's very exciting. Enjoy the experience. We are the bank for interesting people. Come and join the new CBA. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
All right, that was okay, guys, in terms of applause, but he gave a speech which was short. Do you know how rare that is in Kenya? That because he said so, guys were saying, one of those Kenyanisms is, mine is just to say something small. 3 hours later, in conclusion, for the 17th time, now, let's hear it one more time for Martin Mugambi. Did you hear the tagline he used? I don't know who was paying attention. Did you hear the CBA tagline? The bank for? That's just the CBA guy speaking at the back. For the rest of the audience, were you even listening? I know you're updating your apps and everything, but try and pay attention. Dudes, you don't have to. I know you can't multitask. Just one thing at a time. The bank for? The bank for interesting people. You're interesting enough, you remembered that, so that's a good thing. Loop is perhaps the most revolutionary banking product out there, not just in Kenya, because, hey, Kenya, man, Africa, in the world. And when you see the proper walkthrough, you will see why I'm saying this. And again, like I said, I used to work in a bank many moons ago, especially some guys I see in the audience, you're like in class 3. Maybe I was in class 3 when some of you guys used to work in a bank. But anyway, it was a really, really long time ago, and you're going to be excited about this next session because have you ever always felt like, especially those of you who are just out of campus or you're in campus and you're looking at jobs, and what they're advertising is you need 5 years experience. What's up with that? I just got out of campus. How am I supposed to have 5 years experience? Out of thin air, you need a guy you're paying minimum wage but needs 5 years experience. Who has experienced that? Okay, just 2 guys. All right, the rest of you guys came out of campus and you had 5 years experience already because you were born like in -5 years, and by the time you left campus, you had 5 years experience. Anyway, so sometimes the job market doesn't understand millennials, right? But you also feel like banks don't understand millennials because you go there and they don't treat you like your father and his tractor and his G-chama. So one of the things the next panel is going to be talking about is how can banks better support the next generation of millennial entrepreneurs? Because that's something that's currently missing in the market, right? Do you agree? Thank you. My crowd, I paid a bunch of guys here to agree with me and to exclaim, #RentACrowd, call 1-800-RENT-A-CROWD. So do you agree that banks do not understand millennial entrepreneurs? Thank you. Oh, I think my M-Pesa went around. Fantastic. So please, help me welcome our panel discussion.
Grant Brooke is the CEO and co-founder of Twiga Foods and has become quite well known for his humor and commentary about practically everything and anything on social media platform Twitter. However, many are not aware of his story as a startup co-founder. The Princeton and Oxford University alumnus has leveraged on technology to solve some of Africa's greatest agricultural problems, As a result, Twiga Foods has managed to become one of the largest banana buyers and suppliers in recent times, with 15.2 million bananas sold and more than 1,500 vendors involved. Twiga Foods is looking to become a full-stock m-commerce platform for small businesses in 2017. You can follow Grant's unique take on the world at Grant Brook on Twitter. Washeke Nduati is the CEO and founder of Centonomy, a platform dedicated to dealing with delayed financial gratification. Washeke is driven by her passion for teaching people how to create wealth and manage money to achieve financial freedom. And with over 10 years' experience in the investment industry internationally as well as locally, it's easy to see why. Armed with a master's degree in banking and finance and professional accounting, Washeke is renowned for her ability to break down and demystify money and investments in a way that is relevant for all. In November 2007, Washeke was nominated as one of the top 50 women entrepreneurs in Africa. Find this incredible woman on Twitter at Sheke Nduati. Felista Wangari is a journalist and communications expert who's been trending recently due to her 52-week savings challenge. As a personal finance enthusiast, she adopted the 52-week challenge to better suit her Kenyan audience, encouraging a savings culture among young people and women. Apart from her profession, Felista runs a blog, felepiphany.blogspot.com, aimed at illuminating different views and challenges, especially those affecting women. Follow Felista for incredible updates on Twitter at Felista Wangari. Ken Njoroge is co-founder and a group CEO of Cellulant, a career entrepreneur having co-founded 3 Mice Interactive Media. Ken headed the team responsible for conceptualizing and executing digital projects covering e-commerce platforms, content management platforms, and e-business platforms for more than 50 blue-chip customers in different sectors in the region. Ken studied management of information systems at Strathmore University in total pursuit of his passion for connected computing. From a sketch on a serviette in 2003, Ken has led Cellulant from a dream of 2 founders to one of Africa's most reputable mobile commerce firms. This visionary can be found at Njoroge Ken on Twitter. Dr. Abdigani Dirie manages the Financial Services Research Group for IBM Research Africa and is the co-founder of Innovate Ventures, the leading startup accelerator and technology fund within the Somali region. Dr. Abdigani has held research positions in industry for some of the largest global companies and institutions, such as Fuji Xerox Palo Alto Labs, Microsoft Research, and Carnegie Mellon University. He has also founded fintech startups. At IBM, Dr. Abdigani and his team design, develop, and deploy innovative and commercially viable technologies to extend access to financial services in Africa. He has published more than 30 papers and patents in leading scientific outlets and holds a bachelor's, master's, and PhD in computer science from the University of London. Carol Musyoka is a financial consultant who provides training solutions to a number of multinational and locally owned banks in Kenya. Carol has experience in the finance industry, having served as the Chief Operating Officer of KREP Bank, Corporate Director at Barclays Bank, and as Citibank Kenya's Corporate Manager. Carol's ability to break down complex financial events while contextualizing the same to local situations has earned her great influence in the financial sector. She's also a weekly columnist for the Business Daily, where she shares her leadership opinions and thoughts on current market trends.
Good morning, everyone. That's pathetic. Good morning.
Good morning.
Excellent. We are here to discuss how banks can help to enable the growth of the new age entrepreneur, and I have a great panel in front of me that promises to use the miniskirt rule in their responses, which is long enough to cover the important bits and short enough to be interesting. So the first thing we want to talk about is who the new age entrepreneur is. Let me define the new age entrepreneur. Martin, in his speech, talked about his 5 to 9 job. So from 9 to 5, the new age entrepreneur is a professional. They're typically employed. But from 5 to 9, they're doing their hustle, their side hustle. Last week, I was with a team from East African breweries, and I was with one of the youngest managers of their plant, and the manufacturing plant. And she's quite open. This is the interesting thing about this generation of millennials. They're quite open to say, I have a side hustle. And she's managing a plant, but on the side, she's just started a food truck. And it seems to be doing quite well, and she's quite happy to say that. And the interesting thing is that this side hustle, everyone's looking to make this side hustle their main hustle. But the key thing that is constraining them is capital and access to finance. And that's why we're here. We're looking to see how can banks help this new age entrepreneur. So we've got three sides really. We've got the demand side, and Grant, Brooke, and Felista will speak to the demand side of capital. We've got the supply side, and the supply side is typically your banks, but as technology is moving, we're moving away from your banks as your traditional financial providers to technology-driven financial solutions, and Abdigani and Ken are gonna speak to that, and of course Washeke, who's got her fans out there. Can we hear Washeke's fans over there? I heard you guys doing a bit of a Team Mafisi when Abdigani's picture came out. I was watching that. So Vashek is going to speak about the enabling, the enablers, and how do you create financial awareness. So without further ado, what I'll do is just go quickly into the questions. Grant, I want to start with you. You've got an amazing story. So could you tell us about Twiga Foods very quickly, how it started and what it's doing?
So Twiga is now 2.5 years old as a company. I had been at Oxford doing my doctoral research on Kingame Market down Waiaki Way on how produce traders access their supply lines, went to CBD to get their stock and walked it back. And then as a side hustle, my co-founder and I bought some tuk-tuks and started distributing bananas directly to them. Then I stopped research, and a couple hundred employees later and thousands of clients, we're now the largest seller of bananas, potatoes, and some other basic commodities in Kenya, basically by giving mama mbogas and small shop owners and small grocers an ordering platform to get their stock on, delivering them better quality goods at lower prices and saving them that trip to the market. Then we collect all that data and push it back to farmers, where they can now get a reliable market to access urban buyers from.
So essentially you've disintermediated Wakulima market.
Yeah. Urban Africa cannot feed itself with large-scale informal markets and push carts. When Nairobi had 800,000 people, this worked well. But trying to feed 5.5 million people based upon tens of thousands of vendors going to CBD every day and then push carting back their food across the city doesn't work. This is why we see food inflation going over 16, 17%, now commanding about 40% of consumer spending. Bananas alone are the same size as the airtime market now, about 2.7% of consumer spending. And so we need to find a better way.
And what has this done in terms of helping your suppliers' cash flow in any shape or form?
Yeah. So bring it back to baking to a degree. About 98% of produce is sold to the local market, and that market is entirely informal. So farmers sell on to a local broker, or a farmer goes to a local wholesale market, but there's no accountability to that process. This is why 70% of people work in agriculture, but only about 2% of consumer credit flows into agricultural supply lines. If we can make those markets bankable by being a formal intermediary between urban purchasing power and rural supply, then those farmers can begin to access credit to expand their crops on the back end. So what we're seeing now is farmers leasing their neighbor's land, farmers making investments in irrigation, farmers taking a business seriously when they used to grow 5 different crops and feed themselves with a bit of bananas and maybe sell some to the market a little bit on the side. Now we see farmers going wholeheartedly into the banana business or into the potato business to become viable.
Okay, we'll come back to you. Felista, you've started the 52-week challenge, and you just started it in January last year, and you now have 280,000 members, and you're growing at 2,000 members a day.
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so the 52 Weeks Savings Challenge Kenya was started last year in January, so we've been around for a year and a few months now.
Yeah.
So we started with a handful of people, but that has grown into almost 300,000 members and counting. So we started as a support group for people who wanted to come together and save together and basically cheer each other up and make sure that you're sticking to the goal. But with time, it has evolved into a marketplace of ideas. You find people asking all sorts of questions and others coming to respond. it's also a place where people discuss their personal finance challenges and the solutions, and those who've made it can also give tips. Like one of the most popular discussions there was, how I made my first million. So everyone wanted to know, okay, how do I also make my first million by a certain age? And then there's one about where do you get supplies to sell in your shop with the most affordable price. Yes.
And what I've noticed is it's actually a crowd source of information. So people prefer to they trust information and advice from their peers rather than walking to a bank. Why?
This is totally different information, because if you're going to a bank to ask them, someone was asking yesterday that how do you deal with government officials who need a bribe before they give you a tender? So if I'm going to walk into a bank, obviously I'm not going to be able to ask anybody that. Banks are very impatient. They treat you like a statistic rather than, a real person who has real issues to be dealt with. So banks have always had this formality. This is what we do. We just take money. Sometimes we give you loans if we feel like you qualify. So this is information that you will not get from your banker. In fact, they'll see like you're wasting their time. So in the group, you can find people who've gone exactly through what you're going through.
Yeah.
If it's a business you wanted to start for 2,000, you'll find some people telling you it's actually possible even when you thought it wasn't. So.
And what is the age profile, would you say? Do you have an age profile?
Yes, most of the people are in their mid-20s to early 30s. Of course, there are some who just left school, high school, and some of them are in college, and others are older than 35. But majority are really millennials. So they have jobs, most of them, and they are looking to start a business. So one of the most common questions is, which business can I start with X amount of money? And will it succeed? They have all those fears. Will I start a business and my money will go down the drain? Will I make profit? Will I be harassed by city council? So those are the kind of questions that people ask that you can only get from someone else who went through the same experience and not from a bank.
Yeah, in fact, one of them I noticed was asking, what business can I start with zero capital?
Exactly.
And somebody said, if you have a pair of scissors and a comb, you can start a hairdressing business. I was actually quite encouraged, because the last time I tried to color my hair red, you can see what the results were. Washeke, there's clearly a disconnect between what the customers are seeking and what financial services providers are offering. And now you've morphed from providing financial advice to individuals to now helping SMEs, people in the hustle. Could you talk a little bit about that?
I think what Centonomy we've done is actually teach people about money and how money works. So in essence, what we've been able to do over time, because we've been doing this for 8 years, is those conversations on money and how to talk to people about money. Because money has always been that thing. Even when we're growing up, a lot of us families, money was not talked about openly. So people are hesitant to talk about money, and in some ways they feel ashamed of talking about certain situations to deal with money. Now, the financial institutions historically have used very technical language, and if you don't hit the 1, 2, 3 technical measurements, they don't want to talk to you about money. And already this is someone feeling overwhelmed about the thought of giving money. One of the examples we get in class a lot of the time is the treasury bills. If you look at how they are advertised, most of the people think treasury bills are for those people with billions of shillings. It is not put in a way for someone to understand, if I have 50,000, I can actually invest in a treasury bill. So I think we have to demystify the language and start talking as human beings, one human being to another. With entrepreneurs in particular, especially when it comes to raising capital, I think, and I was having this conversation a couple of days ago, and I'll just tell you from my experience. I'm an SME, I wanted to get a loan to put up a training center. The bank I was banking with at the time, not CBA, not CBA, gave me, paperwork, and they're giving me the runaround with this loan, and I'm an SME trying to get a business loan. So I went back to them because I was curious, and you can see all these consumer loans being thrown out at people. So I said, okay, now I want the same amount of money, but to buy a car. The loan was approved in 2 days. So I think historically there's been a push in media of financial institutions flogging the consumer side of credit So if you have a pay slip, anybody can get credit. But to those who are actually creating the wealth, creating the businesses, it's a lot more tedious to actually get the loan. So I think one of that transition has to be for us to be able to have confidence that if I can go, I have a business, or I want to invest, it will also be made just as easy if I want to buy a car. Because also what has happened when we talk about money, people have thought, then let's consume. Let's not bother about creating wealth. It's just easier to get credit for consumption. And actually right now, it is easier to get credit for consumption. It's harder to get credit for wealth creation. And that doesn't make sense in the long term.
So your clients who tend to come,
thank you.
your clients who are coming in for their classes, do they appreciate that, you know, and I know one of the things that you keep pushing is getting assets versus flossets.
Yes.
Is that something that you're still driving? And
Yes.
where is the traditional source of capital then?
Yes.
If all the banks are throwing at them flossets loans?
Yes. So first of all, it's with us as individuals. So first of all, we must also take stock of how we've been thinking about it. You know, when I have my cows, I have my cows generating 10 million. It's not social media trend worthy. It's not Instagram trend worthy. But the minute I buy my car, 100 million people are speaking about it. So first, as a society, we have to go in ourselves and check that. That image, those cars are fine. But one day when you're not working, you can't afford to drive the car. So the priority first should be, can you buy the assets or build the assets that will enable you to actually drive the car? Then source of capital, even with entrepreneurs, one of the things we tell them, yes, banks, as we've said before, need to start understanding how the entrepreneur can raise capital and lending based on the business concept, yeah? Not just business concept, but a tried business, cash flows and things like that. But we also have to start doing things that help us. You know, sometimes you've got to help the bank to help you, yeah? So even things like, when money comes in, have I recorded it? Yeah, because sometimes we're saying, we're really trying to tell the bank, no, my business makes sense, but I also hear them, where is the documentation, where is the record keeping? When money comes in, do you take that money? And SMEs, we know this, we do this, we take that money and go to Nakumat for shopping, yeah? But so we need to also just start to be able to raise the capital. Can I keep the records and then understand what kind of capital I actually need? There are a lot of entrepreneurs going and getting investors because there was so much excitement about investors, and when all they really needed was an overdraft. Now they have the shareholder hang-up, which is another story. Yeah.
And record keeping, Ken, is extremely tedious for anyone who's an SME, actually for anyone, period, right? And maybe you can talk a little bit about how technology is now starting to look at perhaps other people's behavior, people's online behavior, mobile phone behavior, to start developing an interest in what it is that they're doing. You walk me through something that you're also looking at launching along those lines.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think the current trend in technology, because everybody has a phone, almost everybody in this room most probably has a smartphone. They're getting cheaper and cheaper, so most of the population over the next 2 years or so will have smartphones. On their smartphones, we are sending SMSs, we are using all kinds of apps. And this is rich data. So if you look at the trend in Kenya, so M-Shwari was a revolutionary product, and it was a partnership between CBA and M-Pesa, as you heard, riding on that data. But there's other services that, you know, they just request for your permission to pick your data from your phone and offer and develop a credit profile. And this is changing. It's mobile phones. Our registration now is sort of accessible in a central database. This is happening in every country we operate. So I think it's the record keeping will only get better. Technology to analyze all kinds of data is becoming more accessible to companies, etc. So it's very exciting times for businesses and banks that want to innovate on how to actually credit rate and check the profiles, behavior of consumers, which are important in extending credit. For consumers who basically don't need to reconfigure their lives for financial institutions to be able to understand them. Yeah, I think it's, and of course new businesses like ourselves who are trying to find an opportunity with these new trends and sort of to create spaces of opportunity. Very interesting.
You know, Ken and Grant are entrepreneurs and they're doing pretty well for themselves, but they're doing that Kenyan thing. You ask them, how's business? It's okay, we're pushing. You know, Kenyans don't like to say they're doing well, okay, when they're doing well, okay. So tell us about Cellulant and the role that you play there in the middle, you know, between the financial services and the telcos. So you're providing sort of a middleware, and in that middleware, you're actually picking up a lot of information about our behavior. Is there a chance then that technology-driven companies like yourselves can actually disintermediate banks altogether?
Yeah, that's a risky question, Caro, considering that CBA is a partner of ours in this new project. So I think the reality is this. So our journey has been about 13 years. We've made progress, let me say, Caro. We have been around for 13 years, been about through about 4 or so near-death experiences, one of them very recent. But we have grown. I think we built a company. At the beginning, we didn't always start out in banking, actually. We started out selling music and ringtone downloads for about 70 shillings, which was about $1, about 13 years ago. So we actually came into banking looking for a solution. What was happening is that we realized that we had sold ringtones to about 8 million people. And the mobile operator took 80% of the $1 that consumers paid. So we said, look, you can't build a successful long-term business, you know, with this happening. So we wanted to actually develop an alternative payment platform to collect our $1, because most of our customers who are rural, peri-urban customers in Kenya and Nigeria, mostly buying vernacular music, gospel, were happy paying $1. But we weren't keeping most of it. So we started to talk to banks to develop this alternative platform. So that's how we got into technology. And for the second phase of our business was actually spent building these mobile platforms for banks across the region. So, and we followed the footprint of our multinational customers into the different countries, and we expanded across 10 countries. And then, of course, during this period, the business went through different maturity cycles. So at the beginning, most of our business was financed by friends, family, and the early staff members who were happy working for this exciting vision and could stay for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months without a salary. I can see some of them here. And then, of course, then we got to some level of financial stability, still banks struggled to figure us out. And then when we went into a 6th year, 7th year, 8th year, 9th year, 13th year. And you would think that we have a track record, but still banks would look at, so today, a typical reaction for banks, they look at our balance sheet and say, well, your balance sheet ratios are all off. And by the way, I only understood these ratios about 2 years ago when we had a CFO who joined us from Deloitte. And I always say,
now you're recruiting from Deloitte, are you?
Yes.
Okay.
As my colleagues in Nigeria would say, yes, so. Yeah, so today they're still very difficult, and I always tell bank as well, my assets walk in every morning, and then later in the evening they walk out, and I go home and pray that they'll walk back in tomorrow. So so how do you capture that in a balance sheet? But I think, yeah, so banking has been, so I've worked with banks as a startup in different cycles, as an entrepreneur employed by a startup, and as a partner. And of course, man, this industry got to change. There's no question about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Abdigani, you've been doing a lot of research on the technology, where technology intersects with financial innovations. So could you tell us a little bit about what role your work does with banks? How are banks using your research, if at all, in order to provide a solution?
Sure. So for those of you who don't know, I'm part of the research arm of IBM. So our mandate pretty much is to try and develop innovations and technologies and be audacious enough to reimagine what financial services is going to look like in the next 3 to 5 years. So my team and I think a few of them are in the audience today, have been developing solutions that use cognitive technologies and look at new ways to make use of alternative data. So when we talk about some of the challenges that entrepreneurs and SMEs face, one of the, I think, most important factors is around credit, right? I think there was a McKinsey report that stated that a vast majority of SMEs actually said that was their number one issue. I think estimates are around $600 to $700 billion worth of missing credit in Africa. So what we essentially try and do is we look at the market and say, what data currently exists that we can leverage to provide SMEs and entrepreneurs access to financial services. So this is data ranging from data sitting on your smartphone to social media data to more traditional forms sitting in credit bureaus. So we take this data, we analyze it, and we develop solutions so that banks, telcos understand their customers better, and they're able to not only extend credit, but to offer the right products and services at the right time.
So using our behavior to develop what banks call a credit model to help analyze the danger of me not paying my loan, using completely different criteria than a balance sheet is essentially the research you're doing.
So that's just one facet of the research that we do. So that's something that we've been working on for a number of years. Some other areas include things like financial chatbots, ways that we can maybe channel financial literacy and information to people, product recommendation, and also retail finance. So we have quite an extensive portfolio in this space, but essentially our goal is to try and re-envision and provide SMEs, banks and telcos the underlying cognitive platform to serve these unbanked and underbanked.
Okay, thank you. Larry, I need your help. I want to make this a bit of an interactive session, so I just want to throw the mic to the crowd. You've heard the first round of questioning. Do you have any questions for our panelists? I'm sure there's lots.
All right, I see the first one there. Man, thank you. Introduce yourself and then get straight to the point. Usitume maoni sana.
Hi, my name is Amy Gashini, and my question for the panelists at the front is that you may have the documentation, like I have documentation, and I have a company I've been investing in for the past 4 years. But my problem with getting a loan from the bank to invest further is that I do not have, because I just graduated last year, I do not have security, like in terms of land and my car is under my parents' name. So I cannot get finance. How do you get finance for that?
Okay. Let me have Washeke answer that, because she deals with this particular issue a lot.
Okay.
And everyone else is just going, phew, thank God.
The truth is, most financial institutions at the moment will not give you money. And I mean, that's just the truth. At the moment, they will not give you money. In fact, startup companies, at first, their access to capital is usually friends, family, and fools. Yeah, it really is, and savings that you have. I know this conversation is about how the banking industry can change that, but at the moment, you will not be able to walk in a typical bank, and get a loan for your business. However, we must also start understanding different forms of capital. The only capital is not a bank. And sometimes we fail to understand customer-funded businesses. And sometimes your customer can be your source of capital. So depending on what your product or your service is it a cash business? And can you get supplier credit? So one of the things you can do as customers pay, that's when you pay suppliers. Don't pay suppliers before. And as you get into relationships with your suppliers, you can match those. So for example, if you're selling something and your customer is paying you now, yeah, can you get your supplier to accept to give you 30 days credit so that you can pay in 30 days. So initially it's about, well, that's what we call working capital and making sure the both are not mismatched. But apart from what the discussions we're having today, it is friends, fools, family, savings, and your customers starting to turn your business as quickly as possible into a cash flow business. That's going to be your source of capital.
Yeah. Felisa, could you add to that? Thank you very much, Osheka. That's an excellent answer. Could you add to that based on what you've seen, the conversations going on your blog on Facebook? Yeah. What would they answer? What were the kind of responses that you should get?
Yes, actually we had that discussion the other day, like where do you get capital to start your business? So a lot of people people said, I went to the bank and I couldn't get money. So the money had to come either from my savings or friends or fools, as Washeke says. So basically, you're on your own when you're starting out. And we've had a discussion about banks, and people want banks that can grow with them. I'm starting today with nothing. Can you walk with me through the journey? Can you guide me? Like, if you feel I'm going to fail, can you take me through the process that would make me successful? So there's that need for change.
And I've got some statistics here. There's an excellent organization called Financial Sector Deepening that does a lot of research in finance in Kenya, and they work with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. And actually what they show, at least in 2016, mobile loans were the highest source of credit instruments in terms of number of people who are applying for credit. The most of them used mobile loans, more than banks. So 5.9 or 6% were using mobile loans compared to 4% using banks. So you need to start thinking about moving away maybe from the banks as your traditional mode and asking, and some of the questions that are going to be answered here is, what kind of behavior are these mobile financial providers looking for from us? It's not necessarily a logbook, and it's not necessarily security. So we need to pay attention to that. Larry, do you have any other questions?
All right, great. Who's got a question? Let's get it in real quick.
I thought we had a room full of hustlers.
Apparently not. Okay, great. That gentleman. Let's get a mic to him real quick. Just pass it this way. Please stand so everybody can see you, and then let's get into your question after you introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Jesse Ondoro. I'm in the business sector of SMEs. My question is, the problem that we are currently facing in business is that sometimes you find that a bank might give you a loan, but you see, as an SME, there are challenges that you encounter in business, Sometimes the business can come into a fall completely. And it's because maybe you made some decisions that here and there that affect your business. Then you find that the banks are on your neck, They want you to pay their loans. Now they come for everything, You see? So one of the challenges that we want to ask, is there a timeline that the banking industry can give us so that we can be able to pay these loans? Because you see, at the end of the day, if you give me a minimum of 3 years to pay that loan, and let's say within those 3 years, my business fails, how will you help me out? At the end of the day, I've fallen. Now, what will you do at the end of the day as the bank?
Are you asking for a grace period for that 3 years if your business fails?
Yes.
There's some pain.
So you don't have to pay it back?
No, as in, is there a way the bank can come in and help me out, resort my business? Yes?
I see.
All right, Carol.
I see. So what you're saying is beyond just a repayment, you want some advice.
Yes.
Yeah? From the bank. As it is, you're already owing them, so they're already on your neck. So the only advice that they're going to give you is pay us our money. Right? Felista, maybe you want to take that question, please?
Okay. So, that's true. A lot of banks don't give you that, time. They don't understand you. They don't work with you through the journey, which is what a lot of people are asking for. They need a bank. You're not just giving me money, but you'll work with me. I'm starting as a baby. For those of you who started businesses, when you start out, it's actually a baby. You can't sleep, you can't eat, you're just all about your business. So we want banks that can actually take me from infancy and later come and say, no, this person is a grown-up, and those networks can also be used to support other upcoming entrepreneurs. So that's a point that banks need to change.
Okay.
Yes.
And I think even for us, I'll always go back to, I think the most powerful thing to always tell yourself, especially as an entrepreneur, is what can I do about it? Yeah? It's also for us to start taking responsibility. If you can see a problem coming, don't wait until the problem is here to talk about it. Because I know with talking with a lot of banks, people, when they are now at default is when they want to call the bank. But if you came to the bank like 6 months before default because things are not working as you expected, there are certain conversations you can have with them, and then they can give you that grace period or extend the loan repayment. But especially with debt, a lot of people, we tend to run away. we want to run away from debt, we change our mobile phone number, and we want to act like it never happened. So if you're in that situation, talk about it. If you have borrowed, talk to the person who has lent you money, if it is the bank, before you start defaulting. Yeah, yeah.
Do you have one that works? Chris was somewhere there, so we can get a mic in that general direction. We'll try and, get that fixed in a moment. Okay. Second, you want to shout?
Hello. Oh,
Great, yes, you're
on. My name is Caroline. I play a character called Teacher Wanjiko. And I just wanted to know why artists are not considered at all in terms of getting a loan. Why are we not considered? I had an experience with a bank, not CBA, another bank, that they told me, now Wanjiko, because you want a loan, we need a 6-month statement. And then I gave them. And then they told me, do you have a husband? I told them, yes, I do. Does he work? Yes, he does. So he's on payslip. I said, yes. And then they told me, give us your husband's payslip. Like, we can consider that.
Wow.
Yes. Yes, on husbands. So I don't know why we are, because right now the entertainment industry, actually, we are doing very well. We're not so bad.
You don't say.
So I just, it's really a very big bother to most of the artists as to why we are never, ever considered. I'm happy, and Bank Yourself is here and they are listening. So consider us. Answer that for me. Thank you.
Caroline, let me speak to you as a former banker.
Yes.
The problem, the problem that banks, let me call it a problem, the way the banks are structured is they use cash flows. That's the one thing that they understand. They want to seek future cash flows, and the way they look at future cash flows or predict future cash flows is by looking at historical cash flows. That's it. That's just, they are very, hold on, don't reach out for the mic yet, Caroline, I'll get to you, hold on.
I know she was going to say that her cash flow was fine. That's why she gave a 6-month statement.
No, but they're looking for regular cash flows. And that's what Abdigani is saying, that's what they're researching and looking at different behaviors. The technology solutions today are moving away from looking at the traditional forms of assessing credit, your credit reference bureau, how have you done other loans, but looking at how you've been on social media, how you've been paying your utility bills. So there's different ways of looking and saying, for example, if you watch DSTV and you've been paying it religiously over the last 13 months or 14 months, that shows some level of regularity. And if you look at even the way Mshwari and the other KCB products are structured, they don't know you from a jar of jam, yet they're able to give you a credit limit as soon as you sign up. Ask yourself why. They're moving away from the traditional ways, and that's why artists will now be able to look if technology moves in a certain direction as it is, and the chances of banks being disintermediated are very high. I get it. I can see now hands coming up. You've got husbands who've got
there's
bad
plenty of hands. I think we might have to take several at a go so that you spread them across your panel.
Let me just take one more question, and then I want to go back to the panel.
Great. All right. Yes, go ahead.
I have another gentleman here.
Morning, everyone. Hi, Carol.
Oh, dear. Everybody brace yourself. This is Rookie K.
My name is Kelly. I'm a financial consultant. And I want to ask why bankers are allergic to data. The reason why I ask this is the first time I applied for an unsecured loan for my side hustle, there's a little line that says purpose, and I wanted to write for my shamba in Ukambani. And my RM relationship manager said, you won't get a loan if you say that. Just say for personal development. Now, 10 years later, last year, with my bank, which is not CBA.
Is that what everybody's tagging? My bank, which is not CBA. It's becoming very common.
So I wanted a top-up, and it was a big amount.
Yeah.
And she still said, write personal development.
Yeah.
So if we're saying that millennials have side hustles that are making money.
That's right.
If I was a banker, I'd want to know where that money is going. And a lot of the side businesses are funded from unsecured loans. So why is it that I have to hide? I'm not taking money, millions, to go buy sofa sets. I'm putting it in business.
I'll let Shake answer that question, but Ruki, I also want you to know that going and looking to recover a loan in Ukambani can be a bit tricky, but you know what, let me throw the question right here.
I'm not a banker, but this is, I think, the thinking that has been there historically with banks. You see, she was telling you to write personal development because then it's about you. She has assessed your ability to pay back the loan. So personal development is me. She can tell your income, yes, she can. Kelly can pay back the loan. Once you write the shamba has to be assessed. Now it becomes a business case for the shamba, which is going to be a lot more difficult given the way banking actually works. And that's why people have a lot of problems getting business loans, because now it is the business that actually has to be assessed. It's almost the same thing with the creatives. They're not assessing you as an individual, they're assessing you as the business of the creatives. And I think with creatives, there's been a challenge with how do I turn my creativity into a business case. So that's why I think that they did that. But hopefully now they'll start changing, because yes, the shamba should be able to get a loan, but also the business case, we have to also be able to build the business model behind the shamba and explain why the shamba makes sense, or explain why the teaching makes sense, or the artists make sense, etc. Yeah.
Maybe, Grant, you can tell us, I mean, you were a visitor to Kenya, you came here to do your PhD program, and a few years later, you're now running a business. How did you get capital?
Yeah, we, my co-founder and I basically put up security with everything we could get our hands on to get our first bit of capital. And we brought in several $1 million in venture capital before a local bank would even give us a $10,000 credit card. It was just an impossibility. And it's still a big challenge to get any kind of asset finance for us. So we were just lucky. We had some personal resources amongst ourselves to build a business off of. To Kelly's question, hi Kelly. I think Kelly's uncle is one of our best farmers. And hopefully one of the things we're changing there is every time he delivers us produce, he gets SMS the receipt that shows that he has a transaction history of delivering produce to us over and over again. So my hope is now when he goes, Kelly, I don't know your shamba, but I know your uncle's, is when he's ready to go and lease his neighbor's land to grow out more production, that there is a banking partner there ready for him, because now he's running a formal business out of that.
So you're picking up the data of Kelly's uncle supplying bananas to you. You've actually been able to pick, and you're picking up an m-commerce platform. Could you tell us about that? So what behaviors are you tracking from Kelly's uncle?
Yeah, so when he brings produce to a collection center of ours, it's weighed into an Android application. Then he has SMS'd the receipt saying you have delivered 5 tons of produce to Twiga on this date, and then within 24 hours, he's in-pasted payment. But what we have then, and he has, is a transaction history that he can take that phone and those record of transactions to his local bank in Meru and say, look, I'm running a formal farm here. It's no longer just a taking to local market and getting by thing. So we're trying to get as dependable as a market as we can be to allow others to invest into the agricultural value chain.
Abdigani, what he's describing here, is this becoming fairly commonplace now, this m-commerce platform with what you've researched and what you're seeing financial institutions doing? Does this sound like a viable platform?
So I think the first thing to point out is that fundamentally the way financial services is going to be done is changing dramatically. The issue with access to financial services isn't, it's pretty much access to data. Where is your data sitting? How are we using that? How are we understanding that? And I think the other aspect that's becoming a lot more important is the relationship that you're having with your bank, right? Does your bank understand who you are? Does it understand what your aspirations are? So a lot of this data, if I were to sit down with Carol and review Kelly's side hustle, we could probably see that the trajectory she's going towards is a positive one, and it would make financial sense to provide her the necessary credit. However, and this point has been made several times, what banks look at is a very a small set of data points, your cash flow, your audited accounts. And this is a huge barrier to most entrepreneurs and SMEs. But onto the point that Grant was making, by creating these platforms where you're now interconnecting different stakeholders, you very quickly and easily have access to the entire data flow and transaction stream. So you understand what one party is paying another, how frequently, and from that you're able to not just make better credit decisions, but also start pushing more relevant products or information to help them grow.
But are you seeing banks now moving towards that direction, maybe even by using an alternative methodology of providing this credit? Because maybe they don't want to use it as in the typical banking platform, because they want to be known to be quite modern thinking in a different platform. So what he's just described, and based on the research that you've done, is this something that can and will be rolled out within the industry? Because that's the question I'm hearing a lot of people, the frustration that I'm hearing in the room is, look, I don't have the balance sheet, I don't have this. I know there's research out there to look at my behavior, how I'm delivering bananas, how I'm performing on social media. What are you seeing? What are the trends?
I think it's undisputed that there is a definite market gap to provide solutions that tap into people's data and provide access to financial services. So some variant of what Grant is doing is going to be, I think, pushed out by many different players in different sectors. It is the future. A data-driven, mobile-first analytics world is pretty much where we're heading.
Okay.
And yeah.
Yeah. And Ken, you're in the middle. You're in between telcos and you're within banks, and you're seeing a lot of this behavior. Where do you see this platform sitting, apart from seeing Grant as a potential partner? Because I could see you thinking.
Yeah, I think Grant and Abdigane have said it. I think this will happen in every sector. And what's nice about it is that so fast it's happening across Africa. The cycle around which it's happening in terms of how many people it's reaching in a shorter time as possible is increasing. It's happening in agriculture, it's happening in energy. I mean, you see now rural homes being powered by solar, driven by financial services. You see people cooking gas. People getting gas, they can pay for 50 bob a day, and the gas opens 30 minutes of cooking. So it's going to transform everything we do. And what's nice about it is being driven by needs in the market. So it's not technology. Technology and banks are rushing to catch up. Yeah. But consumers are demanding these services. So there's pent-up demand. And you see this in the growth trajectory of M-Pesa, growth trajectory of M-Shwari, and certainly growth trajectory of new products like Loop. I expect them to take the same view.
So very demand-driven.
Absolutely.
The innovation will be demand-driven.
Absolutely.
Larry, where are you?
Here I am. Wow, so many questions. I wonder, as Grant was saying, which was fascinating, the data points that the banks are looking at, how relevant regulatory are they if we can get 7 million VC funding before a local bank is even interested? But I guess that's a whole story if we were to go that direction.
I'm Daniel. My question is about the way the banks categorize some sectors. Around last year, I wanted to take a loan of around $500,000, but it was fully secured with a security. But after analysis, I qualified, but the sector was defined as extremely insecure. So one of my banks.
What sector?
The transport sector. One of my banks declined to grant me the loan, but the other one was like a hot cake. So the problem is about might change.
Yes.
How is the CBA and the other banks going to change? There are some sectors considered as extremely insecure. Then most of those sectors, they are the most profitable. I deal with the MSCs. They're the most profitable. But most of the bankers, around the 75% of the Kenyan bankers, they classify them as the most insecure and not worthy granting of the loan.
All right, I wonder, Carol, if you want to take one or two because we're going to bring in.
Let me answer that question just while it's still warm in my mind.
Okay, go for it.
Because now they're going to look at me like we're not bankers and we're not. So the problem with, not the problem, the fact is that banks take deposits from customers and use the same deposits to lend out. So they're doing it based on trust. So they've got to ensure that if they lend out these deposits, which is part of the reason why we have great difficulty with some particular sectors, that their deposits will be repaid because a customer can come and be able and demand for their deposits. So to you, it may be very profitable, but to the bank, they'll take again a long-term view and see this particular industry, while it's making money for the customer, will we be repaid? A classic example I'll use in the transport industry is SGR. So for example, any bank today that is lending to these large scale, these people got fleets of trucks that are transporting goods from Mombasa to Nairobi and onwards to Western Kenya, I can tell you today are having great difficulty getting any money from their bank simply because the bank has looked at SGR. The chances of SGR taking out a lot of the containers from the main road is very, very high. So they'll term that as risky. So that's a challenge that you have. It may be profitable to you, but from a bank perspective, they've got to ensure that they are able to repay their clients their deposits as and when required, and they're also highly regulated. I'll tell you another risky business, the person who's doing Larry Madowo's jackets.
What do you mean?
So you're going to ask somebody else?
This is
Let's
a
move
fine
on. We'll keep
jacket
it fast,
from
keep it fast, keep it
Undisputed
moving.
Man. Now there's so many questions and I can only take two, I'm afraid. So let's get one to the lady there and I'll get one to the side if there's any. No. I'll take two on that direction. You hijacked the mic, it was her, so go ahead. Go ahead, you can take it real quick.
Hello, my name is Julia Wanjiku. I'm a freelancer. I work online. So my question probably is directed to Abdigani about what they are doing to capture our data online, because I may be earning money. I've been in it for like 4 years, so I'm earning money, but tracking it is hard because sometimes I receive money via MasterCard, sometimes via PayPal.
What exactly are you doing? Are you doing a blog?
No, I work as a virtual assistant online with a website called Upwork.
Okay.
So I'm receiving money all over. Maybe I'll bank it later, but in case I need like a loan, how will the bank know my history of income?
All right.
So very, very good
finally,
question.
over there.
So you want Abdigani to answer how?
No, how can they help to capture our data so that the banks can trust or can know our credit worth?
Okay. Abdigani, can you
So
answer
that's a very good question. So I think the one thing that you really pointed out is this willingness on your part to provide that data and make it easier for a bank to score you better, understand your profile, how much money you need, the skill sets that you have. And the first step typically involves leveraging some technology, whether it's an app or setting up some kind of forwarding mechanism on your email where maybe every single time you get a PayPal receipt, is sent to to the bank to review and analyze. So when you look at the kind of data that you generate on a day-to-day basis, you have your online data, right? So this is a whole wealth of data around what things you're reading, how much time you're spending on specific websites. There's also communication data, how much airtime you're using, and then there's financial data, which is your M-Pesa information, your the invoices that you might have submitted to your client for a job that you've done. By helping a bank aggregate this data, and again, this can take multiple form factors, whether it's an app or some piece of software that you install on your machine. A bank can have a much richer profile about you, so they're able to score you better and provide the necessary services that you need. And so far in the market, I really haven't seen any bank taking that quantum leap and serving the unbanked and underbanked.
Yet.
Yet.
Because Ken says, innovation, demand drives innovation. So you think this will be a matter of time?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
One other thing I'd quickly like to point out is this aspect of also logging and tabulating all of your data, whether it's through things like calendars or messages. That's another aspect that you can help a bank to create that rich credit profile that they need to help you.
Thank you. Larry, you had one question
Yes,
at the corner,
one
and
final one, I'm
and
afraid.
there's a gentleman here who's been dying to ask. So.
Okay, so 1.5 then. Go first.
Hi, everyone. My name is Niyati Patel. I'm the co-founder of Marini Naturals. So basically, we deal with hair care products for natural hair women across Africa. We initially got our funding from family, friends, a SACCO when we first began, because when we gave out our strategy to banks, they closed the doors on us and they say that it's not going to work out, you need to start off, but we did need capital, so of course family and friends came to help us. Now that we've started, we're in the growth stage and we are cash positive. And we wanted to expand across Africa. So we were wondering basically how a bank can now come on board and help us grow to expand across Africa to make sure our products get to every country.
All right. Should I take this as well?
You want to answer the question?
No. Should I take
the
question? Carol, pay attention.
Go for it, Larry. That jacket's got to do something for you now.
Can I just say, by the way, Niat and her partner, Marine Naturals, is fabulous. All the naturalistas in here, you need to get some of that.
As your hair shows, right?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Robert Mwegai. I'm the partnership specialist at Uber Kenya, but I'm also a lawyer. So my question is, when I speak to most young people, they tell me, hey, I have a business, and then you ask them why, and then say, it's because you see I have an Instagram page, I have followers on Twitter, Facebook, but I feel like particularly with my peers that, no one understands that in order for you to protect your business, you may have some advantages if you incorporate a company. Like, I don't know how many people in this room know that you can form a company just by one person. One person is all it takes to register a company with the new company laws in Kenya. So do you think, with a lot of people who are teaching people about how to raise money, like they should also tell them, how you can also incorporate your company? Because another advantage that you get when you incorporate a company, the company becomes a new person. The company can get loans, which may make the process a lot easier. And, God forbid you die, the company will continue because, it has perpetual succession. So do you think that the young people also need to be educated on what it takes to protect their company?
Excellent. And I'd like the two questions to be answered by Felista. So his question is, what advice are people giving with regards to forming a company in order to be able to borrow better? And Nia's asked a very powerful question, which is she wants to scale up. Where can she get this advice? You've got 280,000 people on your platform. Some of them must have wanted to scale beyond Kenya. So could you talk a little bit to the two?
Yes, so I don't know which one to start with.
Start with beauty before beauty.
Yeah, so about scaling up, the banks may not come in depending on where in your journey you are. So basically, when people talk of scaling up, they have to talk to other people who manage to scale up. There are people doing cross-border business, and how they've managed to do that is basically getting loans from a SACCO, soft loans from friends, your own savings, and then later when your bank feels that they have enough data on you and they feel business is big enough to be supported by a bank, that's when the banks will come in. But for those who want to scale up, look for like-minded people who've also scaled up and get the tips and tricks and challenges from them.
Can you've scaled up? Sorry to interrupt you, Felice. I've just realized you've scaled up. You're in 13 countries, yes? Maybe you want to give a tip to Niaz how you did that.
Yeah, I think from our own experience, I think banks are generally the wrong people to talk about financing scale-up. Because you're moving into different territories, the risks that you're taking, the countries you're going into, and that sort of thing are typically not understood by the bank that banks you in Kenya. So I think it's one of the areas. Of course, I mean it's a much more nuanced discussion, but yeah, it's possible that you might get to a point where you want to consider a mix of different types of financing, private equity, venture capital, kind of stuff in addition to some mix from the bank.
Is that what you did?
Well, yeah, our expansion story is a little guerrilla than that, because by the time we started to make decisions to expand outside the countries, the private equity venture capital was non-existent in the country. So we did a little bit of borrowing a finger here, taking another here, and expanding into the country is very untidy, but necessary for us because going into many countries was a very important part of our mix. I wouldn't do it again in the same way, but again also the circumstances would be different because there are venture capital now, there is private equity now, etc. Okay. But it was very difficult. It almost killed us.
Okay, very good advice. Felisa, to answer the gentleman's question, he asked about the use of formal enterprises like companies and single director companies at that to change your approach to finance.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, so that is actually really helpful. Unfortunately, a lot of millennials don't know about the new laws that you can start your own company without having to have so many directors. So yeah, that's one way of formalizing yourself and becoming, noticeable even to other companies you want to do business to business with. So yeah, you have to, get the information. Nowadays, it's very easy to get it from the Huduma centers. And also there are so many people offering that advice. There's a lot of information online. So it's easy to, set up something formal. Then you'll have the records. Yeah. Then the bank and other businesses and even those venture capitalists and private equity firms, they'll find it easier to deal with you because, you're this formal entity rather than just some shadowy figure operating online and, with no credible, concrete.
Mteja hapatikani.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Felista, for your words. I'd like to thank my panel. We have to bring this panel to an end. Abdigani, Felista, Ken, Washeke, and Grant, please join me in giving them a round of applause. You've been absolutely great. Larry?
All right. Thank you so much, guys. This was such a fascinating panel. That 1 hour was really great. So I'm going to need you to give them another huge round of applause. And a special thank you also to Carol Musyoka for just doing a wonderful job in guiding that whole conversation. And for shout-outs to my jackets, which are obviously tremendous. I got to tell you, this jacket is huge. They age. Everybody's saying it is true. It's true. Anyway, right now, though, we have a massive speaker all the way from very far. You're going to hear from him in a few minutes. You need to keep your tweeting hands ready. If you're going to write, you need to write because this guy is just... Everything he's going to do, everything he's going to say is tweetable. Trust me, he's that good. But before that, please put your hands together one more time for Because You Said So. Yeah, it helps if you put on the mic. This one. Like that.
Put your hands together and apart, and together and apart, repeatedly for the panel. Okay, so where are the photographers? Photographers. At the camera person. Oh, okay, just come stand there. I want you to be ready because we need to make sure we get good pictures, make sure we get our good side. So DJ Joe. Just give me something, and then when I say statue cast, you need to pose, eh? You need to pose for this picture. Okay, we're ready. What? It's all for the gram. Okay, let's go. Dance, guys. Statue! Thank you. So, our next segment is called the Nonsense Panel. So basically, it's total opposite of the panel that you just had. So what's going to happen is I'm going to come to you for suggestion of a word. Maybe it could be a hobby, could be something you love to do, could be something you were doing last night, I don't know, anything. Then we will start a panel discussion. So the idea is any of the other, say for example, if I start the discussion, maybe you've given me the word loop. I will just start talking about loop, yeah? And any of the panel members can challenge and take over that discussion from that point, if the moderator accepts the challenge, okay? So I will need a timekeeper. Can I get a volunteer, please? Yeah. So when 5 minutes are over, I just put up your hand, and then whoever is talking at that point is the person who's the winner. The idea is you want to be the last person standing. So the more interesting the more you give the other panel members a reason not to challenge you, the better. Is that all clear? Okay, let's do something like... Let's do trisex. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we see. Yes. No, after you. Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever.
Okay.
Oh, this one. Okay.
Okay. Give me your favorite subject in high school. Art. Okay. So the topic is art. Okay. So we're going to start with, I'll give Patricia. Are you going to start? Are you ready? So is our timer ready? Okay. On your mark, set, go.
Right.
I'm sorry, this is very artful. Now I need to use my artistry. Is it on?
Is it clipped? The microphone is close to her
on.
art.
Who continues? There we go.
Okay.
He
Right,
very
Art.
artfully and artistically assisted me in fixing my microphone. And I'd just like to say that when it comes to art, I like being genuine. I don't like artificial art. And sometimes when I feel attacked, I tend to just look at art.
That's fine.
And it's
Challenge.
wonderful.
Yes. Your face has a challenge?
She seems to have mixed up a number of things. She talked about artificial. Now, art and fish are not in the same category.
You have a valid point. Please take over.
All right. So if I had a penny for every time I heard the word artificial, I'd have, 1 penny for now. But the whole thing is about growth. All right. So when we're looking at art and numbers in terms of growth.
Yes, K1 has a challenge.
He's speaking about growth. He doesn't have hair on his head.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Please take over.
So there's no growth from where he sits. I think that if we're going to look at growth, you've got to approach it from the hair follicle, going all the way up. And this is the only way you know that we can do this as a people. Okay, if we're going to move the country forward, we have to come together as
Yes, Yafesi has a challenge.
Obviously, we're in the social media age, so when he keeps talking about moving the country forward, and we're trying to move away from forwards, all right, one genuine communication.
Oh, that's a good point, right?
Yes.
Okay, Yafesi, you're on.
So, thank you. In line with that, talking about being genuine, all right, I do genuinely not have follicles, but that's okay, because you see, all heads were made beautiful, it's just that the rest were covered with hair. Now, on the subject of hair, I had a hair-raising experience.
Challenge.
Yes, challenge accepted. I'm waiting for my timekeeper. We're still within. Okay, yeah, Patricia.
He is talking about winning genuinely, but he's suffered a lot of hair loss.
Oh,
in
good.
his
That's
life.
a good point. That's a good point. So, Patricia, you're on.
And, we can't have somebody who lives with loss. There's no growth. There's no winning. How can you possibly talk about that? Genuinely.
Challenge. She has no idea what she's talking about.
Okay, yeah, clearly.
And so I continue.
No.
Yes. As we were talking about growth, as you can see, there's a glass of water here in our water.
You guys get the picture. So now we can do Kamchezo. Okay? So I'll ask Larry, please come and help me moderate because I want to be on this panel. I also
I've
want
always wanted to do this. This is my life's ambition. It's
Okay,
come
maybe you
true.
can get a suggestion of a topic from...
Okay, suggestion of a topic, guys.
That's a good one.
At undisputed_man_. Get them.
Okay.
So, the subject of my jacket.
I'll start.
Yes, Jason.
Thank you guys for coming today. It's very nice to have you. Today we're here to talk about Larry's jacket. Larry has a jacket, which means obviously he has a tailor. Who is a tailor?
Designer.
Obviously not Swift. Because if your tailor is Swift, this probably took 2 weeks to make. So there's no way that your tailor was Swift in that whole process. Anyway, talking about jackets, do you like potatoes with
Challenge.
Yes,
It's
K1.
it's not a jacket, it's a rainbow.
Is that a legitimate challenge? It's a rainbow. I think it's legitimate. Go for it.
Okay, so I've studied rainbows for a very long time, and when I see one, I know one. Okay, and so look at the colors and how they move around in the pattern. There's
Challenge.
yellow,
Yes,
there's-
just do.
K1 seems to be colorblind. There's nothing moving, really. I don't know.
Do rainbows move? No, I don't think that's not
Challenge.
a good challenge.
Challenge.
Yes,
That's
Jason.
a nonsense challenge. Like, what was that?
This is true. You go on. This is
Okay, so we're talking about rainbows. Rainbow has 7 colors. Richard of York gained battle in vain. That's red. Help me, please.
Challenge.
Yes.
My surname actually means rainbow, so I'm an expert here on rainbows.
Really?
Yes.
Does anybody know what your face means?
No, not the surname, Musoke.
Musoke. Any Ugandans in the house? We don't know, so we're going to take it. Yes, go for it.
Yes, there you go. So, with my colorful personality, I guess that also does come in a bit. But here's the thing. When we're talking about a jacket, you have to understand in terms of phonetics, jacket means a small jack. All right? So
Challenge.
Yes, K1, challenge.
We all know that phonetics is basically how to handle yourself around phone culture. The ethics of using your phone.
I like it. I will allow it.
And
Go.
so, I mean, it's only polite to put your phone on
Challenge.
silent.
Jason,
K1 is the least polite person. He's impolite. He has no right whatsoever to talk about being polite.
He has not shown us any of that. K1, keep going.
And yes, thank you. Like I was saying, how you handle yourself around people, around social culture with your phone, you must put it on silent.
Challenge.
Don't even put it face. Oh.
Just to challenge.
I mean, Kevin's phone is never silent.
Exactly.
You know that. It's never silent.
I think there's agreement on that. Keep going. Yes.
It's ringing as we speak. Now, I was talking about ringers. You know, we all have all sorts of ringers. We have bell ringers. We have alarm ringers. We have all sorts of ringers. Wedding ringers. I mean, who's ever been a wedding ringer here?
Challenge.
Challenge.
Jason.
He's
challenge.
asking the audience, so obviously he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's asking for help.
This is true. Jason, keep going.
So, speaking of ringers, I love my ringer. It does a lot for me. You know, it wakes me up in the morning.
Challenge.
Yes, Patricia.
I think I'm the only one here qualified to speak about rings and ringers.
Challenge.
This is a legitimate one, Patricia.
Yes, and if we're going to speak about wedding ringers, I think only Fessi is qualified to speak about wedding.
Challenge.
Jason.
Okay, I'll give it to K1.
K1, challenge.
I do not think we should be using weddings in this context because we all know what ringers means. It's a ringer roses. A pocket full of hoses. Achu. Achu.
This has killed my brain cells, but it is good. K1, keep
they
going.
all fall down. And here we're talking about little children and the games they play.
Okay, that goes to you, K1.
The game. Woo!
Okay, let's try one now, only with 2 minutes. 2 minutes
All
only,
right.
and then we wrap.
Okay.
2 minutes suggestion of a topic.
2 minutes suggestion of a topic. We've taken too many from this side, so I'm going to take a topic from this side. Suggestion of a topic, yes? Twitter. Great. What a great topic. Twitter.
Who wants to start?
Twitter. Who wants to go first? Just over here.
The one with the least followers.
Speaking Akili Ninyuele. But anyway, let's talk about Twitters. In Kenyan Matatu culture, Twitter's a very loud
Wait.
game.
What?
Wow.
Yes.
Challenge.
You're Fessi.
Challenge. You can even see the audience. They're applauding the lack of intelligence being shown here. He's talking about speakers rather than the internet. And
No, we said Twitter. Yes, just so. Yes.
would not know what it's like being in a Kenyan Matutu.
In a
Challenge.
Kenyan what?
What the hell is a matutu?
Okay, Yafesi also wants to challenge.
Yes, I was talking about actually being a speaker. I would know more about being a speaker.
I will allow it. I like it.
There you go.
Yafesi,
Now,
keep going.
we tend to take a lot of things for granted. Like even with regard to speakers, we talk about subwoofers, thinking we know what subwoofers are. Subwoofers are actually puppies. You know, the little woofers. You get that? What?
Yes, just so.
Would not be in a position to talk about dogs. He's not an owner.
Yeah, that's true. This is true. Keep going. Just so.
About dogs. Feline.
Yafesi challenge. Yafesi, go for it.
Feline stands for?
Cat.
There you go. You know nothing. So since we are talking about cats, as you know, the reason he said I'm not an owner is because cats don't have owners. They have servants. Yes.
I agree.
They choose you. It started in the UK. Number 10 Downing Street had a cat called Humphrey. Now, Humphrey died after about 13 years in the Prime Minister's residence.
Jason?
Challenge.
Yes,
We all know Yafesi has no internet connection. He's never been to the UK. He's only been to India when he was born and Uganda.
All right. Yes, Jason, I will allow it. Go for it.
Okay.
Are we out of time? Robert says we're out of time. You're the last man standing, Jason Runo.
Thank you.
Can I go now?
Yes, let's go.
Oh, you guys are going?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. All right, great. Ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
oh, no, wait, Larry. We have to do this. Present the cup to me.
Oh, I should present the cup to you. It's a glass, but
Wait.
it's okay.
I need a glass as well.
You know how this works, right? When I present him, you're all supposed to go crazy, shout, ninini, hoot and holler. Sounds good? And now it is my honor, Jason, to present this.
To co-present to the both the winners.
No, you can just stand slightly behind so that you're not at the same level. Just slightly behind, K1. Slightly behind. Slightly behind. You're not at the same plane. Walk with me, dude.
Okay.
Okay, it's my pleasure to present this cup of you of victory.
Wait. No. You see how things work in Kenya. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Let us hear it one more time for BYSS. Wow, that was fantastic. That was really, really great. Again, like I said, please go watch these guys. They have a full show. It happens, I believe, every month, right? 8th of April. Wapi, brother? Carnivore. 8th of April at the Carnivore. Go watch because you said so. You see this, but so much more. Okay, now, a couple of years ago, I used to work in South Africa. And first, there used to be a guy in my ear like, hey, Larry, this is Vele Pinja and his big. How are you, my man? And you know how I used to answer that? Sharp, sharp. I really wanted to do that. This is the whole reason why I came up on this stage. So one of the strange things, I used to work at a financial news service, is they'd say, you know, talking about the stocks, they'd be like, Ati River Mining. And I'm like, what? Ati River Mining. You know, like Ati River Mining? And then they have a politically significant place in South Africa, in Johannesburg, called Luthuli House. You know what they call it? Luthuli House. And as a Kenyan, I was like, are they auto-correcting it in their heads? Or what exactly is happening here? Do they not see the H that's in there? Turns out, I think that's Zulu. That's how you pronounce TH in Zulu. So I got with the program. My next guest is from South Africa. He is the keynote speaker. I said my next guest, working on TV. He's a keynote speaker for this. He's going to be speaking about important things. He is called a rock star of public speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the screens and hear all about Vusi Thembekwayo.
Vusi Thembekwayo is a business speaker who empowers his audience with new knowledge, research findings, and tools that they can immediately apply in their business or careers to achieve step-change results. Vusi ran a 400 million rand division in a 17 billion rand multinational, where he achieved the highest EBITDA within the group and today is the youngest director of a listed company. Today, he's the MD of a boutique investment and advisory firm that assists medium, large, and listed businesses to achieve step-change results through their people. Vusi has been a finalist Entrepreneur of the Year and has won several international awards for public speaking. His areas of expertise are sales, strategy, and leadership. He is the rock star of public speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, Vusi Thembekwayo.
Jumbo. So let's try this because you've all been sitting down for about an hour now. Let's all stand up. Stand up, let's get a good stretch of our legs. Touch the person next to you. Some of you have been really looking forward to touching that person, so keep touching. Turn around, look at the person behind you and say, I'm better looking than you are. All right, great. Let's sit down. So first, let me just say thank you very much for having invited me to your beautiful country. It's now my, I think, 9th or 11th time here in Kenya, and I was saying to the executive team at CBA that invited me that perhaps it's time I get a second wife here so I have an excuse to keep coming back. Now, I am Zulu, so we Zulus are allowed more than one wife. And for some of you ladies who want to put in an application, we'll have a pink box at the back. Just write your name with your ID number and your contact details. Good. I have exactly about what was supposed to be 60 minutes. I've cut it down to about 35, cognizant of time and the fact that you've been sitting for some time now. I have, in essence, 3 simple ideas I'd like to share with you. And I hope at the end of those 3 simple ideas, you and I can agree on kind of where we are at. Before I start, let me just make a very quick statement. One of the challenges we have, and I work and run a venture capital fund, We're busy raising now our second fund to operate across the continent. But one of the major challenges we have as entrepreneurs often is we don't understand what the role of banks is. So if you study the history of banking, you start first with the Medici family, you will realize and recognize that the institution of banking was not created, nor are the functions of it for the specific purpose of providing venture capital. That's why most of the products that banks offer are debt instruments, not equity instruments. The reason I make this point is very important, because if we are, as entrepreneurs, talking about how banks are not helping us access finance, which often should be long-term, patient capital, ergo equity, we're not having the right conversation. You're going to the wrong institution, but asking for the right thing. The real problem we have is the culture of venture capital, and you could read into that venture and private equity, is quite poor, not only here in your beautiful country, but actually across the continent. We live in one of the very few places in the world where we create value, create equity value, and real liquid capital. We are more likely to invest it outside of our own continent than we are in our own continent. You know, nobody talks about the fact that it wasn't for the first 7 years of Facebook's operation that it wasn't even generating revenues. How many African entrepreneurs can create a business and operate and pay salaries for 7 years without generating a single cent in revenues? Amazon, to this day, is still not profitable. They make phenomenal gross margins. But if you look at their capital structure as well as their income statement, you'll realize that Amazon actually isn't a profitable business. Jeff Bezos does that quite deliberately. He keeps his marginal costs low so that he can use that to finance growth and capital expansion by pushing out competitors. Now, you can't do that when you're going to traditional debt instruments to acquire funding. So what I hope to do here this morning is perhaps bring a different complexion to the conversation. Talk not only about what is required and why it's required, but also how I think as entrepreneurs we should be mobilizing ourselves to speak a unified voice. My presentation is aptly entitled The Fundamentals of Modern Business. You see it behind me. What I'd like to do now, with your permission, is the clicker picking up? Let's try again. It's not. Could you just take it out, Jeps, and put it back in? By the way, there is a single group of people who are here who never get any mention or any round of applause, and that's the tech crew at the back. So maybe we could just give them a round of applause for the work they do. The graph on screen is quite a powerful graph, so I want to spend a moment on it and pause. What you're looking at is the history of recorded global GDP, what we know as the global domestic outputs of all economies in the world since the 1st century. Now, it's produced by the United Nations as well as The Economist. It uses purchasing power parity on currency as at par 1998, but effectively what you see is something very interesting. The thick blue line is global GDP, economic output by all nations of the world. I want you to notice how from the 1st to the 17th century, the rate of GDP growth across the world was linear. You see that, right? You then notice in the 18th and then specifically 19th, but even more pronounced 20th century, there is a radical exponential increase in global economic output. I could spend an hour breaking down what this means, but in simple English, the world has never been wealthier than it is today. There has never been a better time to be an entrepreneur than it is today. The second graph I want you to notice is the lighter blue line. It looks teal. That speaks about global life expectancy. And notice how that graph too is quite linear and then begins to increase specifically around the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th century. In simple English, there has never been a better time to be a species called a human being on this little rock called Earth. Never. So for you and I who work and function as entrepreneurs, whose entire purpose for existing is the creation and extraction of value for the benefit of communities and societies, this is the best age to be alive. Have no doubt about that. Second graph I want to show you. This one is quite interesting. It breaks my heart each time I have to look at it, but it's also quite an interesting graph. What this shows you is a history of the world's largest 8 nations since the first year of recorded economic history. you'll notice how, contrary to popular belief, did you know, in the first century, the first year of our existence or recording of economic data on Earth, the largest economy actually was India, not China. That's a very interesting part of the narrative that people don't speak about, and the specific question to ask is, why India? And then, of course, what happened after that? India stayed the largest economy all the way to the first 1,000 years, and then the picture changed radically around the year 1600. Now, most of us here can't imagine a world without the United States, but I want you to remember that the United States is effectively a teenage country. It is born, what, 1776. In the context of something like the Roman Empire, which was 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 years ago, the US is a teenager. The world's most powerful country today is a teenage institution. The question you and I must ask ourselves is, notice how the US, 1776 gets created, jump to 1820, then 1870, it's the thick blue line, it becomes a preeminent player in global economics. The question really is why? Well, it tags onto the first graph I showed you. Remember that exponential rate of growth? First industrial revolution, preeminent and started in the United Kingdom. They say Great Britain. I'm not sure why they put great there. It was just Britain. And for those of you who are curious, the difference between England, Britain, and the United Kingdom is England is England. Great Britain includes England as well as Scotland, so even the Scottish people are British. And the United Kingdom is all the Scotland, England, Wales, Ireland, as well as the Channel Islands, Jersey, and Guernsey. That's the difference. But the first industrial revolution was effectively fueled by the steam engine. That was preeminent in the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom today is one of the top 7 largest economies on earth, effectively fueled off the back of a technology that was 200 years ago. The second industrial revolution in the United States was the combustion engine. A simple idea that you could take power resident in large animals like horses and ox wagon, compound it and put it together into a single steel structure called an engine and use that to move goods. Today it sounds rudimentary, but in its day it fundamentally shifted global economics. Because until then, to move goods from one part of the world to the other, you either use steam technology or you used live animals. With a combustion engine, we started using air, more efficient forms of rail. It fueled the entire convergence and emergence of the American age. Today, the US is the world's largest economy because it all started with a single technology. If you want to understand why Africa remains at the periphery of global economics, you must ask yourself a single question. How many technologies has Africa produced and brought to the world that has shifted how the world and its global economic structure works? Until the answer to that question is answered in the affirmative, we will continue to remain at the periphery of global economics. My view, by the way, and I live both in South Africa and in London. I spend a week every single month in London. Let me tell you, I hate, absolutely hate, European patronage for Africa. I hate it. I hate the idea that Africans must always be the recipients of pity from other parts of the world. It's denigrating by its nature, but also quite debilitating. Because it means for as long as we exist, we always look for somebody else, to come from somewhere else, to better our better living standards. It's rubbish. It's rubbish. As Africans, we need to learn that we are capable ourselves, by ourselves, for ourselves. And it starts first, by the way, with us eliminating those fictional lines drawn by men called borders. We've divided this continent into 53, maybe 54 independent countries. And as a function of that, for you to move goods from here in Kenya to South Africa, you've got to pay customs and excise duties. You've got to pay ridiculous amounts of agency costs in the process. You know, the power of the US is you can make a product in the East Coast and move it to the West without paying those duties. That's why it is the United States of America. If there is a single thing as African entrepreneurs we should be arguing for, lobbying for, particularly to our political powers, is when we start businesses, we don't want to pay duties to move goods in continent. Because you can sell only so many Maasai prints here in Nairobi, but I guarantee you, you'll move 1 million of them in Sandton and Joburg. I can only sell so many Zulu Mbatata shoes in Joburg, but I would move 1 million of them in Accra, Ghana. It is the exchange of our cultures and the connection of our economies that gives us an opportunity to build a better continent. A better continent. So here's what I'd like to do. I want to take you on a bit of a fictional journey. Meet the man on screen. His name is Mr. Caveman. Why? He was a man, lived in a cave. Mr. Caveman's life was quite difficult. He lived in perhaps the most difficult period ever in human history. He had zero technology. In the cold winters, he had to live in the cold winters. When the night was dark, he had to exist in the dark winters. One day, Mr. Caveman is in his cave with his friend. We'll call his friend Martin. Hi, Martin. Mr. Caveman and his friend Martin were in their cave because their wives, it was a Sunday, had given them downtime. Now, it happens in my country, I'm sure it does in yours, but my diary and my life is run by my wife. So she makes decisions and determinations about how much downtime I get and when. It's usually on a Sunday, and it's usually for about 2 to 3 hours. And it's time that I take and cherish. It's important time. I have a part of my home called the man cave, where only I, as the man, am allowed. And now my son, who's 6, he's getting his access rights into the man cave under supervision. The man cave is an important part of my life, by the way, because I have my PlayStation set up. It's where I watch my MotoGP, I watch my F1, I can make as much noise as I want. That is my solace. In this particular version of the man cave, this was it. They were given time off by their lady partners, and they were sitting doing something arbitrary, the day's version then of the PSP or the PlayStation. They were knocking together some rocks and stones. It was interesting what happened. As they knocked together these rocks and stones, the rocks sparked. So Martin ran outside. He went and found some dry grass, put it together in a mound, and they put together some twigs and sticks. They kept knocking these rocks until, would you believe it, they discovered, as we have it today, fire. Now, why is this important? You know, we talk about technology, and all the research now being done globally is resting on a single logic. IT is not technology. IT is a manifestation of technology, ergo information technology. Technology is any time man invents or creates something that makes his material existence on Earth better. The very first version of it was fire. Why? Because with fire, man could fight off much larger predators. He could warm up the cold winters. He could light up the dark nights. It changed his experience and existence on Earth. Fast forward a couple of 100 years, we're now in this time called the Medieval Ages. And specifically before the Medieval Ages, for those of you who don't follow history, you wouldn't know, but specifically before the Medieval Ages, the idea of the nation state wasn't born. We existed in our tribal lands as tribes. You might be wondering, I am Zulu, so I can tell you now as a matter of fact that there are only 2 tribes in the entire African continent. Zulus and everybody else. We Zulus, by the way, are quite renowned for being tall, strong men, sturdy in our nature. We give guidance and direction, and we're radically attractive. Feast your eyes on Exhibit A. No, I'm joking. I'm kidding. But with the idea of the nation state, it meant that smaller tribes were being conquered by larger tribes, and larger tribes conquering even smaller tribes. They then created the very idea of nation state. You and I would know, because we're in business, that the only way to conquer a competitor is through conflict and war. You go to the market, you compete, and when you win, you conquer the competitor. It was exactly the same then. The problem was that for man to wage war, they had to be in a proximity, in a distance. They had to fight, seeing an enemy in a space that they could fight and see. If they had more soldiers and better tactics, they would compete and win. Somebody thought that problem was broken and invented, they did the gun. What did the gun do? It meant that you could fight off larger people, a larger tribe than you had. You could fire them and hurt them from a greater distance. But specifically with the introduction of the cannon, you could conquer lands with a fraction the army of your component. That second mode of technology fundamentally changed history. It changed the course of the world's history as we know it. Now let's fast forward to the first industrial revolution. Man is working in day-to-day functions. Maybe just to give you a sense, pre the first industrial revolution, we all existed in something called nodal functions of work. So simply said, row A would be a farm, and you would farm goods. Then you would take the goods and package them. And after packaging them, you would brand them. After branding them, you would distribute them. And after distributing them, you would sell them. You would do all of that. The first industrial revolution, somebody thought that that problem was broken. So they thought, why don't you farm, you package, you brand, you distribute, you sell, you collect, and you build the actual corporate structure. Because if we can create lines of functions and specialization, we can reduce the cost of doing business, and we can build more competitive businesses. And that, of course, was fueled by the discovery of electricity. We then moved to an era where man was traveling using ships. Somebody thought that problem was broken. Why does the ship have to sail through the elements? Why doesn't it sail rather above the elements? And invented was the principles of flight that we use in flying today. Anybody here have a private pilot's license? Anybody here fly? Yeah, the people who have a PPL will tell you that when you take your private pilot's license, you're taught that on the screen, what you would have is the windscreen of the car, but effectively the screen of whatever object you're flying. There are two strings on adjacent ends of a single rod that hangs in the middle. Those two strings are the very same principles of flight the Wright brothers invented all of those years ago, now 80-something years ago. And effectively what they tell you is if the two strings are up straight, it means you're flying and are at balance, and if the two strings ever tilt to either side, it means you're off balance. You get on a Boeing 747 or an A380, even today, if you go to the cockpit and look, you'll find those two strings. Hands up if you ever had a library card. Come on, don't be shy. Hands up. If you didn't, that explains why you're an entrepreneur. I had a library card, so this is how the model worked. If I wanted to get a book, I got in a taxi. In my country, we have a taxi. Here you have Bora Boras. But I got in a taxi, went into the taxi, would catch another taxi, then a second taxi. Then I would walk about 4 or 5 kilometers to get to the town library. I'd go to the librarian, who was, by the way, a genius of indexing systems. She knew what shelf, what book, next to which author. I would ask her for the shelf and the book. She'd tell me, go to that shelf, next to that author, you'll find the book that you're looking for. I'd then go and take the book. She'd give it to me for a week. The exchange was I gave her my card, she would stamp it, and she'd keep a record. She'd give me the book for the week, and I'd go home and use the book. Now, for those of you who've ever been to a library, hands up if you have ever been to an empty library. A library that was so busy, there was no books in it. Yeah. You know what that tells you? That they were inefficient. What's the very first rule of running any business with assets? That your inventory should always be zero. You should always try and push inventory to zero. So if there are books in the library, it means there is knowledge sitting that nobody's using. Well, somebody thought that problem was broken, so what did they do? They took the knowledge, put it online, and made it available for everybody all the time. I'm speaking here today. If I say something you don't quite agree with, you go on your phone and you check on the internet whether or not what I'm saying is true. The knowledge is no longer sitting in a central place, it's sitting everywhere all the time. We make a mistake about the internet. I want to spend a moment on this. You know, people think the internet is a technology. But an interesting paper published, by the way, by Institute Business School, and they talk about the internet not as a technology, but as a catalyst, and I think they're quite right. So they say for something to be a technology, it must pass 3 laws. The first is somebody must create it. Second, somebody must own it. And third, it must sit resident somewhere. Would anybody here like to tell us who created the internet? There's a lot of argument and a lot of literature. Was it the United States Paramilitary Service? Was it those academics at MIT? Was it Steve Bernstein? Was it? But was it? Because the argument in what's coming out today is he built an iteration of what later became the internet. In truth, the internet has been an iteration of an iteration of an iteration of so many technologies that nobody owns the proprietary knowledge upon which it's built. In essence, nobody owns the internet. Nobody created it. The very idea of what the internet is, just think about it logically. I have a website, the wireframe built by a crew in Cape Town, the user interface built by a crew in Sri Lanka. I'm speaking here in Kenya, which means somebody in Kenya went into my website and found my information. Tomorrow, when I leave from Kenya, I'll go to London. Somebody in London went and found my information. I'm in South Africa. When I domicile a transaction, it's coming out of Mauritius. So would somebody tell me, anytime I do a business deal, where is the business deal done? Because it's transacted online. The internet is everywhere, all the time. It sits resident nowhere. If you don't believe me, if somebody says something nasty about you on Twitter, and they do this about me quite often, try and find the head office of Twitter and then bomb them, just to collapse the service. And you very quickly realize that even if you found the head offices of Twitter or the servers where the information was sitting, the backup has so many backups to so many backups that the internet is available all the time, everywhere. So the internet is not a technology, it's a catalyst for change. That's the first thing I wanted to say. The second point I want to make is specifically around understanding the difference between transformation and change. These are not the same things, and I think it's important for us as entrepreneurs perhaps to spend a moment on this. Many societies tend to think and function in what we call change thinking and change logic. It's linear by its nature. It starts off with an input, and the input predetermines the output. That is perhaps the process of, you might want to think about it, how the frog becomes. Starts a tadpole. And a tadpole, the tail disappears, it manifests, and it grows, and it becomes the frog. But the beginning state of the tadpole is the same in substance and form as the end state of the frog. What we have to do, if we really want to get financial services to work for entrepreneurs, is we have to start thinking in transformational ways. That's the difficulty. When I studied corporate finance, I was taught a particular way of thinking. That there is a certain set of information you glean from an income statement. The importance of the cash flow. Understanding capital structure and the balance sheet. But of all of the technologies I pre-mentioned to you, do you think the Wright brothers had a capital structure and a balance sheet when they invented the principles of flight that fuels global aeronauticals today? I doubt it. Let's assume it was Tim Berners-Lee that created the internet. You think he had a capital structure and a balance sheet that fueled the invention of the internet as technology? Yeah, I doubt that. Here is what is perhaps the greatest disconnect. And this is why CBA paid me before I came here, because I can't always guarantee what I'm going to say. Here is perhaps the greatest disconnect. Cast your mind back to that graph I showed you that spoke about global GDP. You remember that graph? Yeah. Did you know that our current modern version of capital structure and corporate finance, what we have as venture capital and private equity, wasn't in Europe until the 1800s? So just to be clear, Europe had 1,000 years of recorded economic history and data before it built its model of corporate finance and private equity. Yet here we are in Africa, with Ghana being the first liberated nation after colonization, only 60 years old the other day, and we're using financial instruments that were found fit for a continent more developed than ours, close on 1,000 years after that continent had come into its own economic prowess. Do you see why there is a disconnect between entrepreneurs and financial institutions? We're not even talking the same language. The instruments we're using, any entrepreneur will tell you, we see it all the time when entrepreneurs come to us, by the time the funder wants to give you money, you don't need it. Yeah? By the time they want to give you access to finance, you don't need it. You're self-generating access to finance. So the only reason you might take that capital is because you don't want to run a lazy balance sheet. A quick point to the bankers, and by the way, for the entrepreneurs who want to know who the bankers are, find anyone here in a suit and tie. That's the banker. That's why I'm not wearing a tie. I'm repented. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce the world's most attractive woman ever, Serena Williams. Now, I can say this even though we're streaming it because my wife knows how I feel about Serena Williams. I can also confirm to you that my wife has given me a celebrity pass when it comes to Serena Williams. My wife knows very well that if I ever meet Serena Williams, I am not going home. I am very happy to be Serena Williams' anything. There's a South African friend of mine, is a designer called Tula Cindy, and Serena Williams was in South Africa about 2-3 years ago, and he got to dress her. Now, Tula is what you might say of the other brigade. So he didn't quite appreciate the asset infrastructure upon which Serena's body is so beautifully constructed. So I kept asking, I said, is the balance sheet balancing? He says, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, oh man! Serena Williams is beautiful. She's absolutely stunning. You know, Serena Williams is the most dominating female tennis player of all time. If you play a game of tennis with Serena Williams, she will serve a ball in your direction at an average of about 147 kilometers per hour. So that's... You'd be at the other end doing this, and all you'd hear is... And you'd still be waiting for the ball to come in your direction. She is phenomenal. She's attractive to watch, even more so when she's sweaty. I don't mean to take this too far, but I would lick Serena Williams' sweat off. I'm like, Serena, you don't need a towel. Just call me. Call Vusi, please. I will be your towel. I hope she's watching this. So, But let's talk about why Serena Williams is the most dominating female tennis player of all time. This is the layout of a tennis court. It's looked like this for now 890 years of modern tennis history. It hasn't changed in 890 years of modern tennis history. 1981, the WTA, World Tennis Association, published a rule change. And the rule change went something like this. The golden oldies in the room would remember. It used to hold in tennis that as you serve a ball, you had to keep one foot on the ground. They said now you could serve and lift both feet. It was such a shattering announcement that they published it on the sports section of the Wall Street Journal. Unbelievable. How do you deal with this kind of change? So why is Serena Williams the most dominating female tennis player of all time? She has done her 10,000 hours a couple of thousand times over in a sport that hasn't changed the set of rules in close on 1,000 years. Do you get it? I wonder if Serena Williams would still be as powerful, though, if the tennis ball was a cricket ball, if the tennis racket was a baseball bat. What would happen if we took the tennis court and made it circle rather than rectangular? What about having 2 umpires rather than 1? What would happen if we removed the turf and made it tarmac? Would she still be the most dominating female tennis player alive today? Who's the best soccer player of our generation? Cristiano Ronaldo. If he was black, he'd be Zulu. Of course. Lionel Messi would be Kikuyu, but Cristiano would be Zulu. No question. There's no question. How are we even arguing about this? Why is Cristiano the best of his generation? Simple. He's done his 10,000 hours a couple of times over. But I wonder, would Cristiano still be as good as he is if the soccer ball was the weight as well as the texture of the basketball? You know, FIFA is still arguing in 2017 about whether or not to introduce goal line technology in 2017. What would happen if we removed the penalty distance and doubled it or made it in half? If we took the goalposts and made them cylindrical rather than rectangular? The problem we make in business is we use the rules of sport to apply in business, and they don't. The single reason they don't apply is because in business every single day, the set of rules along which you compete is changing. Your market's changing. Your competitors are changing. Their needs are changing. And as the shift happens, we too need to change. So I heard the conversation earlier about disruption, when disruption occurs. You know, the theory tells us now that disruption occurs when you do 3 very simple things. We cloud it in a lot of academic data. If you do these 3 things, you're disruptive. If you do something that your competitor does cheaper, or better, or faster, or all 3, as an entrepreneur, you're being disruptive. How do you attract customers to you? Well, it's about understanding the thinking of Jeff Bezos, right? And I don't want to spend much time on this, but if you can save your customers time, resource, and energy, being cheaper, better, and faster, you give yourself an ability to compete in market that is harder for your competitors to attract and much harder for your competitors to duplicate. Hands up if you've ever heard of the company on screen now. Yeah? Hands up, ever heard of a Nokia? Hands up if you had a Nokia. Hands up if you do now. Yeah, it's interesting because for those of you who've ever owned a Nokia, hands up if you knew who the CEO was, what their market share was, market cap, strategy. Yeah, you know the mistake we make, I think, often in business is we assume whether or not our customers care, whether or not you succeed. If there was a single thing I learned from specifically Grant's story was, customers don't care if you succeed, they care if you're relevant in their lives. And if you're relevant in their lives, you have a path to continue living. If you don't, well, you don't. Nokia is an interesting company because it is very entrepreneurial in its early days. It started out in the world of paper, moved from paper into the world of milling, and then from milling into the agriculture space, and much later, by the way, moved by accident, by complete accident into the world of mobile telephony. Nokia went from paper to pulp to agriculture to phones to dead. Why? Because, and you learn this when you look at entrepreneurial businesses, is there is a different stage at which entrepreneurs need different types of leadership and understanding the different levers of disruption. And I'll speak to that in a minute. So, what are we asking of the financiers? And this is specifically to the bankers here. I think what you'll find most entrepreneurs are asking for is just a change of perspective. But for me to speak about it is perhaps one thing. So what I've done is I brought with a video to show you what it is I mean by a change of perspective. Have a look at this. Sorry, guys, could you press play? Just press play.
You're about to meet Michael. He lives fast as a self-made millionaire.
You didn't have to dress up. It's all right.
You're going to photograph Michael. He's actually saved somebody's life. Michael is an ex-inmate. He's a commercial fisherman. Michael claims to be psychic.
Nice to meet you.
Michael's a former alcoholic. Here's your camera. I would like you to flesh out the essence of who he is.
What would you like out of this? What would you like the photograph to say about you?
Do you find that being a psychic impacts much on your day-to-day life?
I can see this is emotional for you.
Like to get to know the person.
You've only got 10 minutes, right?
I think you're a guy that's put yourself out there. You're not hiding anything. My plan was to find out about whoever it was and to try and get that. And what I learned from him is he's incredibly brave.
It was really intense. Pull this shirt out. Sorry.
I wanted to see the nature of the person, which then present a challenge. How do you portray him as a fisherman?
That's perfect.
He's a self-made millionaire and sort of a little bit intimidating. I wasn't going for a beautiful, nice, perfectly lit portrait.
I just want to try bring out something of who you are. I think that you just treat people like the everyday people, like everybody is.
Pleasure.
Thank
you
you
so much.
Well, I hope I've got that guy's bravery on film.
So it was a very intimidating environment.
So you work.
I like the empty chair next to it too.
Like, is this a totally different person?
Yeah.
Almost looks like 6 different people. So not everything I told you today was true. I'm not a fisherman. I am not an alcoholic. The GFC hit me hard, but I've never been a millionaire. Never been in prison. I am a Bondi lifesaver, but the story we talked about never did happen. Not psychic. Can barely spell it.
Before I knew there were different characters in each of these, I thought, that's really strange. These don't look like portraits of the character I thought you were. You've always got your own preconceptions and you've got your ideas.
It pushed me into a position and a space that I wouldn't normally be in.
You have to dig a lot deeper. It means you've got to be, I think, you're a lot more creative to work out how you're going to play things.
Isn't that true? Did you notice how, given the character, each of the photographers went and found the character in the person? The substance of the person never changed. And this is true, too, for what entrepreneurs experience when they deal specifically with financial institutions. You're the same person. It's the person on the other end and how they see you that frames how far your business goes and whether or not you're able to get access to finance. So in truth, the work that needs to be done is about shifting the perspective of the other end, not changing ourselves. Because the entrepreneurial life cycle is the entrepreneurial life cycle. It exists just like the laws of physics. Your business is going to take a certain amount of time before it gets cash flow positive. You can burn and scream and do whatever you want. That's just the cycle. You will face, at the very least, 3 near-death experiences in the growth phase of your business. That's the cycle. There is a point at which the set of skills you have will no longer be consistent with what's required to build your business. That's the cycle. It's existed just like gravity. What's important for us is to have a conversation about how do we shift the thinking of the people to whom we're asking for. And so the point I want to make here is it's not the solution that's required, it's the problem that's broken, Eric. It's the problem in how we framed it. Let me put it to you this way. Has anybody ever been to a McDonald's? Hands up. You've definitely been to a McDonald's. Your belly gave it away. You look like you're a shareholder. You know, McDonald's is an interesting business, but more recently McDonald's has begun to lose rather significant market share to another incumbent business called Shake Shack. Those of you who travel specifically to the US and Europe would have seen the Shake Shack brand. And what Shake Shack is a business started by former McDonald's executives now just close on 7 years ago, who went to McDonald's and said something was interesting. They said to them, you know, the world is shifting. We have become really good at the world of fast food. We know how to make food really quickly. But the emphasis is fast, not food. That's why, would you believe it, a McDonald's burger isn't a real burger, it's soy. The Coke you buy at a McDonald's is not real Coke, it's the syrup with ice and water. They are the world's largest fast food company, but they don't sell real food. Why? Because their business model is built on the speed at which they dispatch the food, not the quality of the food you're buying. But in changing consumer cycles as we are in, where you and I are moving now to wearing wearable technology that tells me how many steps I'm taking, what I'm eating, how many calories I'm consuming, I'm worried not only about what I put into my body, but also what I make my body do. The quality of the food is important now. So McDonald's didn't listen. They continued in their world of fast food rather than moving into the world of food fast. And as a result, you would have seen over the past 4 years that for the first time in the history of McDonald's, in 4 years, they've gone through 3 different CEOs. It's the change of perspective that's required. It's the change of perspective. Understand that entrepreneurs function in the world of nodes, not lines. I want to spend a moment on this. In the world of lines, an idea comes in, and we get really good and efficient at executing that mode of thinking. Think about what mobile money, for instance, did here in Kenya. There are now iterations of how the mobile money platform, system, ecosystem functions and changes people's lives. All of those iterations are effectively lines on the node of mobile money. Entrepreneurs tend to discover new modes. We go into new nodes. And because of that, we move into markets that are not tested, where there is no logic, where there is not yet a business case, and there is then a disconnect between the instruments of capital and the capital that we require. So I'll ask for some more participation. Hands up if you have a Netflix account. Should be more, I would hope. Hands up if you're on YouTube. Dump it, go on Netflix. You know, I have a Netflix account. I live on Netflix, by the way, my team will tell you. And the reason I have a Netflix account is because I hate having to pay premium for consuming content. You know what that premium is called? Advertising. So I don't watch TV, and I'm watching less and less of YouTube because I don't want to be served advertising content when I'm consuming. If I want to watch a series, I want to watch the series. Don't make me pay for watching the series by watching ads. Now, Netflix is an interesting business. Started first moving and distributing rentals, then went and took the rentals, put them up on stream, started streaming them. Does anyone here know what the core content and the core business of Netflix is today? Anyone? It's not streaming, if you're wondering. That's right. So let's just be clear. First business of Netflix was to collect DVDs and distribute them for people to watch. Then they took the content of the DVDs, put it online, and you could stream it and watch it. The core business of Netflix today is the production of content. House of Cards, the very last season, they spent $120 million on season 4 of House of Cards in a year where their EBITDA was $742 million. That is a substantial amount of capital on one production, one series. The last series of Orange is the New Black, I'm talking about the series, not Donald Trump. They spent $84 million on season 6 of Orange is the New Black. So if you want to understand any business's core business, you're going to look into their balance sheet and you understand where they're allocating capital. That's their core business. The core business of Netflix isn't even in streaming, it's in creating their content. If you've ever been on Netflix, watch a series called Narcos. I spent an entire weekend watching Narcos about the life of Pablo Escobar, the man who effectively created the world's drug trade as we have it today. The idea of moving drugs from South America into North America using tunnels, trains, and corrupt officials. That was Pablo Escobar's thinking. In his heyday, he was the world's 7th wealthiest man. A phenomenal story. It's told over 2 seasons, 13 episodes a season, all of it in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. But I braved 2 seasons, 13 episodes a season, 48 minutes an episode, watching subtitles because the content was so strong. You may or may not know, by the way, that Netflix has just commissioned a show to come and tell the story of Mansa Musa. It was their first show told about an African in the light of an African as a ruler and a leader. So how does this work? I'll close with this. Very simply, I think it's time that financiers need to understand the world that entrepreneurs are in. It ultimately comes down to what it is that you're seeing on screen. When there is a disruption introduced in a marketplace, we all have a way in which we build businesses. Those businesses start at a point, get built, and we get really efficient at managing and running those businesses. If you want to understand why Nokia had the great disconnect it had, it's a simple answer, by the way. It's because the entrepreneurial spirit that started Nokia did not transcend into the management talent that ran Nokia. The disconnect often is that managers don't understand that every single business was once a startup. Just think about that. Even CBA was once a startup. Every single business where you work, where you get employed, as we run our side hustles, these large institutions that we work in, that was once an idea in somebody's head. But when we go to these institutions and talk to them, often you find that the decision makers are disconnected from the entrepreneurial prowess that started that business. It's driven by systems, compliance, and processes. And I love compliance-heavy cultures. One of the things I noticed, by the way, about your beautiful country, I suppose owing to the very unfortunate, more recent incidences you've had around terrorism, is how the security compliance culture in this country is very high. So yesterday, I went into NTV to do a TV interview with Larry. And we waited for an hour at the security because we were not carrying our passports. Now, probably doing it for a good reason, but there is a point at which compliance just becomes counterproductive. Because if it was a live show, we would have missed it completely. I would have flown thousands of kilometers, 4 hours on air, to get here, to be on his show, and somebody would have stopped me because we were not carrying a passport. Now, there were probably very genuine reasons why we were not told we needed a passport, and very good reasons why he needed a passport. Just like there are good reasons why banks are asking you to put together a set of complex financial projections, when in truth, you don't even know what the retail price of your product is going to be. The management prowess that builds the business gets it to a point where it matures. When it matures, it must make a single decision. We keep continuing what we do, the habitual pursuit. It may take time, but eventually we will die. This is the law of history. Study what happened with the Medici family who created the institution of banking as we know it. It will happen. Or, and this is the one that happens more often, hire very well-trained finance people, process engineers, bring them in and ask them to make the business more efficient, cut costs, reduce the marginal cost per commodity, and we become more competitive. Yes, in the old world, you become a McDonald's that sells more burgers cheaper. They're still unhealthy. Or, and I'd like to think this is what perhaps the entrepreneurs have been trying to say, it's time for a new conversation. It's time for a fundamental rethink about how you're assessing us and the data and the information we keep and how you're building products to answer the needs that we have. And that is about getting into the space of innovation. It requires bravery, a lot of courage, internal conflict within those organizations. But done and done correctly, it transforms ecosystems. I'm humbled that you've invited me here, and I look forward to spending some time with you after this. I'll call Larry back on stage, but I hope you found value in the ideas and thoughts that I've shared now over the past 35 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Vusi. That was an acceptable response if he just said a bunch of things you already knew. But this man just dropped truth bombs on the stage, so I'm going to need to hear it one more time for Vusi. Thank you so much. Let me tell you what, so after he spent an hour trying to come in for an interview, I expected he would come in and be a total diva, like, I'm an important man, do you not know? And give me grief, but he came in and he was smiling, which is pretty great, which is how you know he's a really great guy. Listen, before we move on, we've got a special guest in the audience. We've got the ICT Cabinet Secretary, Joe Musheru, somewhere. I can't see, it's too dark in here. But I'd like to have, yes, there he is. Look at him blending in the middle of the audience like it's the most natural thing. So please welcome Joe Musheru to come and just give a quick statement. We're so honored that he's here. He's truly one of the... Yes, that way is fine. That way is fine. So I've known Joe for many years. He needs to give me tips on how he stays so good, looking so good and young. There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Wasn't that a great talk? And I'm glad that he ended with innovation. I'm not sure if I'm standing between you and lunch, but I have to say one of our top innovations in the country is M-Pesa. And I think everybody has continuously talked about M-Pesa. And do you know that in the last 4 weeks, M-Pesa has lost about 160 billion, as in Safaricom, in its share price? Because we have people who are now currently arguing about whether M-Pesa should be split from Safaricom. There are many things that we are asking about an innovation in this country. And so the first assurance I want to give Kenyans is that as a government, we want to make sure we're protecting our investments. The fact that competition is required does not mean you have to break up. Does not mean you have to go and start now managing and running businesses as government through regulation and through all these different issues. It's something that came out because one of the things Vusi mentioned is that what really has come out of Africa that's transformative in the world. During my time at Google, I remember we got Android, and I think it took 4 years to get the SIM toolkit approved as part of just the standard build of Android. I would keep telling them, mobile money cannot work without the SIM toolkit, and your phones will not be bought in Kenya. Africa will not use the phones. But it took a long time. Today, most of you who use Android know that the SIM toolkit is inbuilt, and the world now understands mobile money. And it's an innovation that has many, many things built on it. I can talk a lot about it, but that's one. The second one, I'm very glad and proud that CBA invited me to this event. First, it's good to come back to private sector and not just to be in politics. Within politics, I have learned that the truth can be very easily managed. It becomes alternative. Even where something is real, this is a screen, you say it's a screen, someone will say it's not. And actually, everyone else will believe that it's not a screen. But the truth is, as a country, we're moving and we're headed in the right direction. The president is very clear, we must support youth, we must support innovation, and our institutions. We must continue to grow. So we have found, as we develop and go into the technology space, especially now CBA is launching this Loop product, which is really going online and you're providing all your information and so on. You've seen in the last week or so that quite a few hackers have been living amongst us. They've been getting into our systems, whether it's the Revenue Authority or whether it's the banks, and they've really taken advantage. They've made a lot of money. But as a country, as a government, we have invested heavily, and we're ensuring that you're also secure online. So nobody should be discouraged about going online, providing the information that you need to provide, so that you can get the services that either banks will give you. It is critical, and for those who think that they can hack systems and get away with it, well, I think they are learning a lot of that. As a government, we're in the process of finalizing our new ICT policy, which I know have talked about that for a while, but you've seen companies like Netflix. The bank itself right now is difficult to separate between the banks and the mobile companies, just based on services. And it's really about the consumer's choice. So we aim to ensure that we are protecting investments, we're protecting licenses that we've provided to people, and this means we're protecting companies, even Airtel, Telcom, Orange. It's not a protection for just, say, Safaricom or the banks. What's also important is that we're looking at what are the new trends. I think Wanjiko somewhere behind there said she's a freelancer. As some of you may know, government is investing heavily in ensuring that we go into the new areas where we are creating employment, or there's employment created globally, and that our youth are able to access this employment. Wanjiku, a bit of advice, it's 5% tax that you would pay on your freelancing. If you paid that tax and you had your payslip from KRA, any bank will understand that you've paid and you're valid. You will also get NSSF and NHIF, and you will be able to prove that online work is work. Right now, for a lot of people who work online, their neighbors and friends usually suspect them. They think they're involved in some illicit stuff, because they tend to work at night, then they're driving these fancy cars and so on. They're living in these kind of houses, and nobody sees them working. But it's real work. Right now, as we speak, there's over 700,000 jobs on just Amazon MTAC, the mechanical tax site. And as government, we want to ensure that our youth are able to take advantage of that. We have set up now what we call Studio Mashinani. These are centers through KBC, 5 studios, 1 in Mombasa, 1 in Kisumu, 3 in Nairobi, where the youth can go and just record music and videos and put those online, put those on the KBC Y254 site, and so on. You will see a lot of this ongoing. These are areas where we're supporting and ensuring that the creative economy as well as the digital economy is growing. We're doing free Wi-Fi, or providing free Wi-Fi with the Constituency Innovation, it's called the Constituency Innovation Hubs, with the Constituency Development Fund, CDF, and the members of parliament. Over 290 times 4 centers, so that youth can go and get access to the internet, which we can't live without. We're providing electricity. Right now, we've got over 5 million households connected. That's up from 2 million. So there are many things that we're doing to ensure innovation and growth is going to happen in the country. I can talk on many things. As Larry was saying, politicians say they'll say just one thing and they talk for longer. I'm practicing on how to be a politician. I was in business. I have not got there yet. But I would say thank you very much for the opportunity CBA has provided. I think we'll continue as government to support all these innovations with regulation, as well as ensuring that the environment allows for businesses to continue to thrive and grow. Asanteni sana.
All right, Joe, before you go, was that an announcement near the end? You're practicing to be a politician.
Right.
Is that an announcement?
No,
you guys got that, right? No, I'm just making sure unajua kuna watu wa magazeti hapa hivi.
No, what I have found is in government, there is what are the facts, and then there is reality, or the politics.
Right.
So for instance, most people here will say the Afia House scandal is 5 billion. Yet, Milo did not even have 3 billion to spend. But these are called alternative truths. Yeah?
They're called alternative facts.
Alternative truths, facts, it depends on which way you're looking at it.
We could have a whole discussion about that. But I want to ask, though, you mentioned at the beginning, a lot of people here will be happy that the government does not support the plan to spin off M-Pesa, which some legislators are talking about. But why does it seem to be that the regulators, not just the CA, but a lot of other government regulators, have a way of punishing innovation instead of helping them grow and trying to build more Safaricom's ETC?
I think that's not entirely true. Cabinet has spent a lot of time. For instance, we've removed all levies so that businesses can actually just get on the business of business, as opposed to having to deal with, permits and levies and so on. If you look at the Competition Authority, they're currently looking at ways of ensuring businesses continue to expand and grow. They allow mergers, they allow the acquisitions. There is, from the top, the president is very clear. We must grow Kenya and the Kenyan economy to the next level. And we cannot do that by hampering, by creating barriers. That's why you've seen we moved from, in terms of ease of doing business, from 138 to now 92. And we intend to go down to 50. So that's an investment the government is putting, the country is putting, to make sure that we can see innovation and growth.
The reason why this keeps coming up is, for instance, there's the growing concern that is the Kenya Film Classification Board. And it doesn't directly fall in your ministry. I think it falls on the ministry of Hassan Wario's ministry. Yes. But for a lot of filmmakers, for people that are creatives in that space, everything they suggest is stifling what they do. So it is not supporting them.
Not necessarily. I think the laws have not changed. It's the comments that Ezekiel Mutua makes. So, and he knows this. As a country, we also need to grow our culture. And we have to discuss from a point where we say, are we going to bankrupt our culture completely, or are we going to actually grow in a steady way? So what Ezekiel is doing is that he's creating a conversation. The laws have not changed to stop people doing the things that they wanted to do. That process is ongoing, the programming code and so on. All these we are doing together as an industry. It's not an individual. So some of this is more for discussion than the execution of laws that are now changing for everyone. We've invested, as I've mentioned, in Studio Mashinani. We intend to have this across all constituencies in the country. But for now, we want the creatives to be able to come out. They have places where they have the right kind of microphones, the right kind of infrastructure for recording. This is an area that is going to grow this country. This is where the jobs are, so we cannot stifle that area.
All right, thank you so much. I just needed to get those in. A big round of applause, please,
Asante.
for Joe Musheru. Thank you. Asante sana. All right, I kind of kept Vusi waiting because I knew there's maybe a couple of questions from the audience that we want to get through real quick. I can probably only take 2 or 3 for Vusi Thembekwayo before he sits down. Are there any? Kama hakuna sawa, we can move it along. Any burning questions for Vusi? Going once. This man came all the way from SA and he said important things. Going twice. You have one? Excellent. I love that. Please pass her mic. This is Diana, everybody. Diana is now my assistant. Photographer for the Business Daily. Larry's assistant on the side. All right, Vusi, please come back. There's an important question for you. There he is.
My name is Amy again. My question is on you were talking of duties and how much we have to pay, which is true because, like, for example, if I want to buy something like cocoa butter from Ghana, I have to change to dollars and then change to their currency.
Ghanaian cedi, yes.
Yes. So how can is there a way we can suggest that we reduce those barriers? Because it's really killing our African economy. And as much as Muammar Gaddafi was...
United States of Africa.
Yes. So is there a way we can reduce those barriers we have?
Vusi, do you want to take them all together separately?
I'd like to answer this one.
Go ahead.
The question you ask is an interesting one. The answer to which is there is nothing you can do. So that's the first answer. There is nothing you can do as an individual. Here's my premise. My premise is every other part of the economic system that has a specific interest for which it lobbies pulls together. So in Kenya, for instance, there is a strike right now by doctors, right, who are unhappy with some of their wage conditions. It's not a single doctor that went on strike. It's a union that called the doctors and said, we're unhappy with the way things are going. We're going to do something about it. Nowhere in the world is there an entrepreneurs union. We don't organize. So your issues become your issues. And by the way, you'd be very surprised how similar your issues are to an entrepreneur in another part of the continent who either has a similar lived experience or has similar policy barriers that are a barrier for the rate at which their business can grow. I think entrepreneurs should be doing 2 things. I think the very first thing is, as entrepreneurs, we need to pull together and have a set of conversation about what the type of capital looks like that we require, specific to the African complexion, the African connection, the African experience, and the African lived world. We need to have that conversation. The second thing we need to do is to talk about how can we pull each other together so that when you have something you need to fight for, here, you're not alone. There are people who can argue for the same thing with you, lobby for the same thing with you. Because say what you will about politicians, but they only respond in truth with respect to social pressure. If you say it alone, you're not going to get much. We have to start pushing together as a group to start fighting for those things. And maybe you should start the union. We'll elect you Madam Secretary.
All right. That's a great place to start. Yes, sir, go ahead, stand and introduce yourself.
Hi, Vusi, I'm Donald Mokhale. The question I had, Mokhale from South Africa. The question I had is actually very similar to hers, and I think you've practically answered it, which was around the fact that most businesses, especially the big ones, they already fund governments. They already fund governments and basically ask either the political parties to protect their interests, which they often do with how they write policy. And so what I was going to ask you really is about that, is how do you then effectively create a movement of entrepreneurs? And by that is, I mean, half the time it's created conceptually. So for instance, your answer says, let's create a movement where we can have a lobbying system.
Yes.
And then what ends up happening is we're going to all leave here, have great lunch, and then nobody's really going to start the lobbying movement. So how do we practically go from that great idea to genuinely starting something across the different continents? Because I've worked across the different markets as well. They have exactly the same challenges.
100%.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, I've been privileged. I've traveled just over 28 African countries working with entrepreneurs. I can tell you now, you'll be very surprised how similar your lived experience is to the frustration you have. A Ghanaian entrepreneur in Accra has exactly the same frustration about a product they need to import from here. First, they have to offshore their currency into a currency from another part of the world, the dollar, right, which is the unit standard, then move the item. And often, depending on what happened in the policy or political environment, they pay a huge premium in the exchange rates, and they're still expected to be competitive in the local markets. We have to be careful, Donald, as entrepreneurs there is a difference between arguing for what we need and complaining about what we don't have. And when we begin to complain, that's not entrepreneurial. Right? Business by its nature has inherent set of challenges. That's why you make a profit. The profit is the premium the business pays you for fixing the challenges that you've got. So I would say, I wouldn't worry much about whether or not big business lobbies. That happens all over the world. Go to the US, some of the largest lobby funds are sitting there, right? What I think is more important is not only the system of lobby that I've spoken about earlier, where entrepreneurs pull each other together, but this is the conversation we are not having. You know why entrepreneurship thrives in more developed economies, specifically the West? It's the size of the middle class. That's it. In the US, you make a business that sells handkerchiefs for $1. You know, it's a 340 million population country. 186 million of it is middle class. 186 million people in the middle class, all I need is 1% of them. My math is not that good. That's 1.8 million people buying this at $1. I'm a millionaire. So what the US has is a large middle class that allows you to build a business case in the US where you don't pay movement of good tariffs when you're moving goods from one part of the country to the other, or the continent, which truth the US is. And then by the time they move into global markets, they've already built the business. They've got a strong running business. So what we should be doing is actually trying to talk to legislators, politicians, big business, about having a constructive conversation about how do you build a large middle class. And I think Sheka said it exactly right. In fact, I was the one that clapped wildly for you when you said it. There is a serious problem with how banking is done in this continent. In my country, you walk into a dealership. Before you finish kicking the tire on the car, the finance is approved. You go and ask the bank for a quarter the value in equity exposure to start a business or risk exposure, they won't give it to you. Right? So the deeper conversations we need to have is whether or not we're fueling and using capital to fuel consumption or fuel investment. I've been coming to Kenya now for 10 years. Malls are springing up everywhere here. There's malls everywhere. So what we effectively were saying is it's okay for us to build malls for our people to go and consume, but when our people try to create economic instruments that create value, we go, oh, wait, there's a bit too much risk here. There is a serious ethical conversation that needs to be had about the instruments of capital and how they are used to either shore up a middle class and build an economy that works or not. And right now, I hate to say it, we haven't even opened the page on the book.
All right, I'm going to take the last one, Vusi.
Hello, my name is Justice Kirigwa. You probably answered partial of my question. And it brings it back to the graph that you brought there, showing the changes in the economies and the GDP growths. Yeah. And it only ended at 2008. We didn't really look into the future of that. But what would you say is some of the primary reasons? Because India was probably the front runner in this. But through the times, it's the US that's really grown. And is this kind of because of institutions, strong institutions within the country? What primary is the reason, and what do you see moving forward?
All right.
I will offer a short, very simple answer to your question, which is, you ever heard the expression dog eat dog? You've heard the expression? The US economy is built on a dog eat dog mantra. It's quite different to how we are in Africa, by the way. If you study specifically the Bantu people, we are collaborative by nature. So we will work together and share spoils. That's not how the US is constructed. The US' entire economic system, its fundamental premise, the American dream, is I can beat you. It's dog eat dog. So when you watch The Apprentice and he says you're fired, the reason that show has such high ratings is because that is in the culture of the United States. How I win is I destroy you. Now, when you want to understand why the US is such a global economic force, is if by the very nature of your succeeding locally, you have to be competitive and, in truth, ruthless. When you move to other parts of the world, it's built into your organism around how you operate. So it's easier for you to do it. Notice how, for instance, Nigerians are without question the best exporters of anything out of Africa. You know, Nigerians have exported religion, which is fascinating to me. I'm sure you guys have it here. In my country, there are churches by Nigerians. I'm like, even God, like they've exported him. It's fascinating to me. But the reason it is, all you have to do, land in Murtala Airport, go from Murtala Airport mainland over that bridge into Victoria Island, and watch how people live. To survive, you have to eat the other guy. Right? So what we have to do, I think, is have a healthy balance between a strong collaborative culture working together and a strong competitive culture that, frankly, punishes a lack of innovation. And in truth, it was said earlier, I think Larry was dead on the money. We have a culture in this continent, not only in your country, but in mine too, of punishing innovation. This conversation about Safaricom is like, it seems to me, it's like Donald Trump saying, you know, Facebook has too many users. We need to break up Facebook. That's rubbish. Market systems and market mechanics and market instruments are self-correcting measures. The reason Facebook has so many users is because it continues to offer marginally more value than its competitors. When that is no longer the case, Facebook will become a MySpace or a Kodak or a Nokia. There is enough evidence to support what happens when you lose your competitive edge. So what we have to do is, I think, build a strong culture of competitive edge, competitive dynamics, whilst allowing a collaborative environment. And that balance is very tricky.
All right. We're going to leave it there.
Thank you.
Guys, please
Asante.
give a special Kenyan thank you to Vusi Thembekwayo. Asante sana, Nyebonga. He had the point, so did you notice how the Nigerian churches everywhere, even here in Nairobi? Okay, that's my best attempt at a Nigerian accent. Guys, we have waited a long time for this. It is totally worth the wait. Please help me welcome the General Manager for New Business Ventures at CBA Group, Eric Miroki, to tell us about Loop.
Hello? Much better. Guys, I want to say thank you very much for being patient with us. So we had expected to close this by 12:30, but anyone who is not happy to have been here today, have the discussions been interesting? Enjoyed yourself? And it's very sad for me I'm having to come after a public rock star speaker and then come after the government. But I guess I'm the only one with a podium today, so that should say something, eh? So if I can't be a rock star speaker, I can be a rock star reader. So in the interest of time, I'll try and speed up what I have to speak today. But there have been very interesting conversations that have gone on today, and I want to pick up some of the things that were discussed here during the panel discussions. I think it's Grant who said agriculture employs 70% of us, but there's only 2% of credit getting to agriculture. I don't know what that means to you, but it just doesn't make sense to some of us. Also, very interesting scenarios played out, and allow me to borrow from Jason BYSS and their team. Imagine a conversation with your bank teller, where you walk to the teller and tell the guy, I have $1 million, and he expects that you want to deposit, but you're telling him, no, tell me what business I can start with this. Is that a conversation you have ever imagined you would have with your bank? Or you walk to the bank and tell the guy, look, my turnover today is 100,000. Can we talk about how this is going to go to $1 million? Are those conversations you've imagined you would ever have with your bank? And I think that's what today's sessions, all the discussions have actually led up to this. And there's a very specific reason that CBA today has said, look, let's actually turn our attention to the millennial and not just the millennial, but specifically the millennial entrepreneur. Because there's something very different, very unique about these guys. And I think that group best illustrates how the banking model, I hate to say this, how the banking model is broken. And we want to try and change that. I think we've had a lot of conversations about millennials. I'm just looking around, just by a show of hand, how many of us were born between 1982 and 1999? Okay, keep those hands up. I can see some pockets of resistance somewhere there. Keep your hands up. How many of us have touched an encyclopedia? Those hands, you've touched them. How many of them own an encyclopedia? I would imagine all your hands should stare because you do have Wikipedia, right? So, I mean, the same thing can exist, but it cannot continue existing in the exact same form. And we want to talk today to that generation, guys who grew up with a mobile phone, where Google is, I have two kids who 10 and 6, and my 6-year-old gets homework that she has to go and research on Google. And I try to relate what kind of workplace or what kind of economy will she be entering into if she was prepared the way I was prepared. So definitely, we're seeing things are changing. Something definitely needs to change. But let me say why this market is very important. 70% of 47 million people, and that's the benefit of looking forward here. It's a fact. Even today, 70% of the guys seated here put their hands up when we asked for millennials. Now, these guys are not just 70%. These are the guys who are actually driving the creation of new business models. These are the guys who actually fueled the creation of brands like Google, Uber, Amazon. And some might argue that, do they really have much buying power? I was very delighted to hear somebody saying, look, guys, artists are making money. And if it is 70% of guys who are able to say, we are making money, that's a big amount or a significant amount of purchasing power. And the rest of us who might believe that that's for them, it's not for us. Anyone who's not a millennial, but has used Google or Uber. The reality is this market is influencing even anyone else who consider themselves outside of that market. So as a financial services provider, I would actually consider it absurd that 43 banks have not been able to put forward a proposition that's relevant to this market. And we want to change that today. Banks can be described as a B2C business model, business to consumer. And any B2C business, if you have a B2C business where 70% of your customer base are not aged 22 to 35, then you're going out. And that's a fact. I think all the curves that Vusi showed us here, the one thing I'd like to add to that is the reasons that those businesses go out is because they fail to tune into the frequency of these millennials. There's a lot of signaling that you cut yourself out of as a business the minute you fail to serve efficiently the millennial, and particularly the millennial entrepreneur. And for those kind of businesses, there's only two options for you. You'll either remain a follower or you're going to die. And CBA definitely is not looking to go that route. Let's look at some research that could support this. So we're banks, we like numbers, we get fascinated by these things. And I want to just point out to some of the numbers that we're seeing. What we're seeing here is research done in 2015 by a company known as Viacom Media Group. And what they did is just a very longitudinal study of millennials, trying to understand what are the brands they are consuming. How are they shifting from one brand to the other? And some very interesting numbers I want to highlight here. I'm not too sure they can see this very clearly. If you move to the bottom, 1 in 3 millennials are looking to change their bank in the next 90 days. 73% of millennials expect disruption or a new financial service not to come from a bank, but from a fintech. Google, Amazon, Apple, PayPal. How many of us are interacting economically with any of these brands that we've talked about here? Google, Amazon, PayPal? the same 70%. And I like to ask my colleagues, why do we think that we're going to survive if we're disconnected to this market? And that's what we want to try and change today. So the millennial generation has been labeled as a drive-through generation and raised on living on on-demand economy. They get what they want when they want it. And very many times they've actually been considered as spoiled. You want something and you want to get it now. But try and think about it differently. You want it now because it's actually possible to get it now. The technology of getting it now is possible. How would you call a taxi 5 or so years ago? How long did it take? Did you know where the guy was? Now, if the technology is available now, why shouldn't you expect exactly that? And we want to try and do the exact same thing with financial services. So millennials have clearly shown that they are the antithesis to what banks are offering and what the banking industry represents. These guys are hustlers, networkers, dreamers, optimists. I don't know if I'm talking to anyone. Is there an adjective here that's connecting with you? Yeah? So life cannot continue as it is, at least to the millennial, if there is technology that can change that. Banking, unfortunately, ignores all of that. But the good story today is that at CBA, we've recognized this very giant need for our industry to change, to see that the customer has changed. What technology affords us to do is very different from what we were doing previously. Let's try and reflect on some of the conversations we're having when the panel engaged you for discussions. And I was just taken away by the story that came about, I am making very good revenues, but I cannot get credit. I have to get my husband's payslip. Is that a problem that's broken? I won't spend a lot of time trying to convince you, but definitely that is something we are looking to change. So the customer has clearly shown that for any service to be relevant, it must be mobile first. With these insights and with the very critical learnings, so you have to forgive me, I have a hot body, so I get to... Where's Vusi? Anyway, so at CBA, we've clearly seen what the customer is saying. We've listened and we've seen any business, any service must be delivered mobile first. That's how customers want to consume financial services. We've also learned quite a bit from Mshwari, and what we're trying to do then is create a very refreshing brand that hopefully appeals to the very interesting people that we're building this for. The tech lovers, the early adopters, the challengers, because those are the guys that shift markets. Okay, and when those markets are shifting, we want to be there. So today, we're launching what we're calling the Unbank, the antithesis to what banking has always been. We want to create something that will finally remove all that uncomplicated banking stuff and just make it a bit easier to transact, make it so much more simpler to use and far more enjoyable to interact. We want to create a banking service that actually complements your life without taking away the years. How much do you enjoy this time you spend in a banking hall? I certainly don't. We want to give you control, we want to give you real financial empowerment, and I'll try and demonstrate some of the things that when we say we're giving you financial empowerment in the palm of your hands, what exactly do we mean that? Can we actually make that claim and deliver it? So the Unbanked today appreciates that while millennials may have a 9-to-5 day job, there's a 5 to 9 dream or side hustle. And it's something I've always struggled with. Why do we in Kenya settle for calling entrepreneurs or your enterprise a side hustle? Even when it's a main hustle, we still call it a side hustle. And I think conversations around what an entrepreneur is and the position or the place in society that an entrepreneur should play, that needs to start changing. That needs to be the main hustle. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you today Loop. Loop breaks down the bulletproof glass between the customer and the bank. We want to try and take away all that paper, the many forms that you have to complete. More specifically, we want to shift the conversation away from ledger fees, collateral, interest, and start having conversations about goals, about enablement, about growth. Loop is the alternative to the way things have been done. It's the need for addressing the need for brevity and the uncovering of woolly eyes opening up possibilities with modern technology and an intelligent partner on your growth journey. I want to make a very bold statement here today. Loop promises you, the customer, that you will achieve your goals faster and with more certainty with CBA. I had a lot of people talk about banks, but not CBA. I want to assure you, you will achieve your goals faster and with more certainty with CBA. And let's talk about that. First, I want to encourage you to download the CBA Loop app. Go to the Android store, CBA Loop. If you're web, cbaloop.com. iOS guys are just getting their final reviews, and it will also be up on iOS anytime later today or sometime tomorrow. And see it for yourself whether we have had you. I want you to check whether we've remained true to that promise of growing faster and with greater certainty at CBA. The Loop experience also has been set up as a very amazing app. That's a claim I can very safely make. And I want us to invite you also to come and visit the stores that we've created, because a banking hall also, I think, has gotten to a point where it doesn't need to remain the way it has always remained. We want to create a space that you can actually call your own, a space that you want to come, and instead of just meeting on Facebook, every once in a while, come into your space at the bank and have conversations about how do I grow my business? What have you done? What are these things that I can do better? And towards that, we're very excited to announce that starting tomorrow, 14th of March, we open the first unbanked retail experience stores. We have 6 of them at Garden City Mall, Sarit Center, Mama Ngina Street in town, Yaya Center, The Point in Buruburu, and yes, we're going to the diaspora, Masai Mall in Rongai. So I want to spend a bit of time talking about the store experience. I don't know whether we have some images about this. Okay. We clearly don't, okay. So imagine an experience that you walk into, and as I said, no bulletproof, no single piece of paper, because all of your transactions are online. So what kind of conversations then will you be having if you're not coming to complain about the late checkbook, an FT that was not processed, because you've already done that on an amazing app. So we want to create for you a store experience where, if you try and think Java, is Java a coffee shop or is it a meeting place? So can you imagine telling your friend, let's meet at the bank, there's coffee, free Wi-Fi, let's have that conversation, yeah? So please go check them out starting tomorrow. I'll repeat the names: Garden City, Sarit Center, Mama Ngina Street, Yaya Center, The Point Mall in Buruburu, and Masai Mall in Rongai. Let's talk about the app. And if I sweat a bit more, it's because of the excitement I have about this thing. That's the experience you have. What you're seeing on the first side, you can make all your payments. You can make an investment, whether it's a fixed deposit, call deposit, and we'll go into the details just for you to see how easy that is. There's no form you'll ever fill. You don't have to call somebody to negotiate rates. You interact with the app, and it's improving your rates based on the input that you're giving it. You have access to credit. And let me take time and talk about that. I think during the panel discussion, there was a lot of conversation around how banks need to take advantage of the data that we are creating every day as we perform transactions, as we move from one place to the other. All of that data is actually captured by banks. Anytime you swipe your card, it's actually captured by banks. But banks have never figured out, how do I use that data to make a credit decision? And let's hypothetically imagine that you make all your bill payments, all your rent payments, your service charge, and all of that from this one banking app. If the bank is able to know how much I pay for rent, how much I pay for DSTV, how much I fuel, the consistency of my rent payments, my electricity payments, why isn't that good enough? And I would challenge that. That could be a model that we need to investigate. Could that be more reliable than using 6 months audited bank statements? You're able to pay all of your bills. You're able to pay merchants, all of that from your app. You go to a merchant store, you just need to know their M-Pesa till number. or you need to know their MasterCard, MasterPass, and complete that transaction from your phone. You don't need to carry all these other stuff. The second screen on my right, your left, I think that's where the magic begins to happen. So all of the analysis we're doing at the back end, why do we keep it to ourselves? Why don't we present it to you so that you're able to see across the various categories how much you're spending on transport, how much you're spending on entertainment, how much you're spending on groceries, okay? Let's also enable you to create a budget against those categories so that month on month, today is the 13th, if you're 70% past most of your budget lines, those lines turn into red, and that gives you some information. That tells you, okay, you are not managing your cash flows as well as you're doing this month, probably relative to as well as you had managed them last month. I've talked about goals, investments and loans, but something very interesting, if you're running a business, assuming you're doing a salad and juice bar, but you want to buy a much larger fridge, where do you write down that this is the asset I'm looking to buy? I want to save this amount per month so that I can acquire this asset on this date. And I think Kwasheke put it very clearly, try and create your own capital. And saving is one very important thing that we need to give you the tools to enable you to save. So that on one side, as you're seeing all of your spending, your spend analysis, and on the other side, I'm showing you overshot on entertainment and misperforming on this asset you're trying to buy for your business. Is that useful information? What if we allowed you as a 25-year-old female entrepreneur in this particular industry to compare yourself on those same parameters or any parameter that you choose against your peer group, other 25-year-old women that you consider yourselves, I should be comparing myself with these contemporaries. And that gives you very useful feedback as to what you need to change. So that if your credit score is this, and your peer group has a much higher credit score, you're able to go deeper into the data to understand what could be driving this. So as we're having these conversations about how do we improve entrepreneurs to access credit, one realization that we had is we must improve the tools and the information we pass back to the entrepreneur about their financial activity. Now, if we can couple that with conversations in these stores about how to be a better manager, probably invite Washeke through Centonomy to come and just meet with you at our outlets. Today you're a group of 10 guys, you want to have this kind of a conversation. You already have the data that has helped you profile your financials. That's the way we begin to start changing these conversations. Is that something that will be relevant to you? Yeah? So I'm very, very excited about the personal financial management tools because I think that is one thing that has really been missing about how banks shape conversations and the design of products when we're targeting customers. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to stop and invite you to unbank yourself. CBALoop.com if you're on the web, get onto the Android store, and internet is free, but you have to earn it. So get to unbank yourself, hashtag unbank yourself, let everybody know about this. Okay? So let's together be the unbank revolution that changes that status quo. Love Loop.
In the morning when I'm getting my flow on, living in the game, say my prayers and go on. Won't hold me back, but my back is too strong. Before long, I'll be taking strides like Armstrong. No gimmick to stay calm. I've been waiting for this moment for too long. I walk through the valley of the shadow with no home. When I reach my peak, I'll be like game on. Sleep can't hold me back when it's paper left to stack. Every moment I'ma breathe for a hustle. I'm the looks and the brain and the muscle. Till I'm living hella large in a big crib, and the world can't believe what I did. It's like work, no play, all day. I pray, I cry, have you done lost your mind? I'm putting in overtime every day, every night, you know I shine.
I hope you loved that. I want to take the opportunity to just invite some guys in ties to just come forward. We take some shots with them. I need to pay bills here, so we need something in the newspapers tomorrow. So anyone, Isaac, you know yourselves, Martin, kindly join me on stage. I expected a much longer list of guys coming forward. Chairman. Okay. Right. So these guys in ties are actually quite important. Yeah, they get to pay for the Wi-Fi. And most importantly, I am very pleased to talk about CBA, a bank that actually is. We talk about entrepreneurship, but does entrepreneurship exist within a bank? CBA, as Vusi said, we all move as entrepreneurs in nodes. We were part of M-Pesa. We then moved on to launch Mshwari, and today we're very happy to launch CBA Loop. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, Martin. All right, all right. All right, so I've just been told my March salary will be credited. All right, so with those few remarks, I just want to also close with some, sorry about this. So we definitely did not do this alone. Technology has failed me, so I'll put this aside. I want to say thank you to some of the partners that we've worked with, and I'll try to do it in some order. I'll start with our technology partners, and if you're here today, when I call out your name, please let us know that you're here. Not in any particular order, IBM Research Lab, I'll start with that. IBM, who will also get to hear a word from them, IBM Corporate. We've also worked with Oracle, we've worked with Strands. Strands are the guys who've done some amazing stuff with personal financial management. We've worked with XIT Infotech, who are enabling us to produce, to make your experience at the outlets as fantastic as we've promised. You'll forgive me if I miss out some names. I also want to talk to some of our media partners. Number one on the list, I have to say this, Halo, please make yourself heard. Ogilvy, Carrots. Also on the services side, we've worked with some amazing people to just create the kind of stores that we've talked about. Where design partnerships, are you here? 2x4 Designs, very young, very talented millennial entrepreneurs. We're quite delighted to work with those kind of businesses to create the outlets that we've prepared. We have also worked with Zippo, who are helping us with our distribution. And allow me to also say a very, very big thank you to a large team at CBA, a large team of very, very interesting people who've made all of this possible. I'll also just go back to one more partner who we know will be giving us a word, MasterCard. CBA will also be issuing you with a debit card, a MasterCard. But more importantly, I want you to look forward to some of the technologies we'll be bringing in the next couple of months. But let me not reveal everything today. So with those few remarks, guys, thank you very much.
Launch of Loop. I'd also like to thank CBA for selecting IBM as one of your technology partners. We're very excited to participate with you on your digital transformation of the bank as you set off into new waters and as you set off to create an incredible experience for your customers. Thank you and congratulations, CBA.
Great. Guys, we have come to the end of it, which is really, really awesome. But even more, the next segment you're going to love some more. However, in the meantime, please look around you. Do you have a BlackBerry Privé anywhere? There's a BlackBerry Privé that's ringing somewhere around here, and we're trying to find it. Oh, fantastic. Martin, thank you. You have saved us plenty of time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for coming out. Lunch will be served after this. The hashtag is still unbank yourself. CBA has revolutionized banking once. Now they've done it twice. Okay? This is a very, very big deal. Right now, though, I want to play one more thing for you before. Yes, turn your attention to the screens one more time.
It's time to unbank yourself.
It is time to unbank yourself, and that is your cue to shout and to scream. Welcome to Loop. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the only thing that's left before lunch, please put your hands together for one of Kenya's biggest artists right now. We're really excited that he has time to come and do something because you all love him. Do you know who I'm talking about? Do you know who I'm talking about? Somebody stole the goods back there. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nyashinsky.
CBA, how you guys feeling today? How you guys feeling? Mko poa? Eh? Wacha niulize. Mnataka tufanye kitu kama mmekaa chini ama mnataka kusimama? Haya, simameni basi. Yeah. It's my main man, Sedo. Yeah. Shout out to DJ John Falme. Make some noise for Sedo. I go by the name Yashinsky. We're gonna have like 20 minutes of fun, sawa? Alright. Yeah. Don't waste your time wishing you're too proud, my baby. Too proud to wish they had an easy way out. Let times get tough so they remember you're a blessing. Life is good, they won't forget to say thank you. Don't waste your time wishing you're too proud, my baby. Let me see one hand in the air. The way out, one hand in the air. Yeah. Say nah. Mogo panani. Alright. Turn the bad boy. Yeah. Let me see everybody clap. Jaro zangu tayari umekanywa, penzi langu umeambiwa ni balaa. Ufanyeje na roho ishapenda, ufanyeje juu roho ishapenda. Unaniwaza, unanitaka. Oh, but my baby, I am such a bad boy. Oh, unaniwaza, unanitaka. Oh, but my baby, I am such a bad boy. Najua unaipenda, unaitaka pia. Neza tell na design unai. Siwaski. Hata nianze na hii side. Najua unaipenda, unaitaka pia. Neza tell na design unai. Hii side twende. Najua unaipenda, unaitaka pia. Neza tell na design unai. Yeah. Sio makosa yako. Check it. First of all, ni obvious, Nyashinsky to your mic. Vocals ni also glorious, na ni popular. Lakini juu ya meza kuna issue moja, Biggie ka notorious. Dem mzuri ameno kichali ni jangili. Kini chali haezi kubali juu ya nini? Atasema amekuwa soft, ka sponge, haiwezekani. Anadu nini, anafikiria kwanza. Situation tricky nani, mtaani nina respect fiti mami. Kubali wataniuliza vipi wadhi. Oh, unaniwaza, unanitaka. Oh mama baby, I am such a bad boy. Weku kwa na mita kuwa blanda juu nimekuwa bad boy ever since standard 2. Chapo watoi mwateke hadi na ganda mguu. Sigara kwa wingi na ganja tu. Weku kwa na mita kuwa blanda juu nimekuwa bad boy ever since standard 2. Watoi mwateke hadi na ganda mguu. Yeah. Mna enjoy? Tuendelea ama tusiendelee? Mana kumbuka swing. Yeah. Mr. DJ, Mr. DJ, Mr. DJ. Mr. DJ, Mr. DJ, Mr. DJ. Mr. DJ, Mr. DJ, Mr. DJ. This one's for we, you and me, Nash Naka baby. Si lazima useme mwenyewe najua. Nina mademu akishua sura macho mbele na nyuma. Si lazima useme mwenyewe najua. Nina mademu akishua sura macho mbele na nyuma. Oh, I say swing, swing, muziki ni bumba. Talanta sindumba, rafiki acha kuzuba. Oh, I say swing, swing, muziki ni bumba. Hey, talanta sindumba, rafiki acha kuzuba. Yeah. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Kaningekuwa msanii wa sanaa ya silaha Kaningekuwa msanii wa sanaa ya silaha ningekuwa na jamii, mabunduki na makofia kabilauri, bidhaa za kujijali tu halmashauri. Sikiza sauti kutoka Kenya mpaka Arabia, majabu ya Musa Firauni. Huyu kijana nafanya vipusa wa tauni, wavue mashati mabani ni kama wauni. Wenda wazimu na saa, sikiza hii story vizuri jamaa, rap na ifanyia chapa na wanao ni penda jamaa. So hata ukinichukia siwezi jali hata kaweni MC, stick to the wax. Unafaa kuweza kutumia hip hop na other track. Sikuchukia wadhiju wanatawala industry, na we bado uko chini. Kabla jina yako igrow jipe miaka ka, jipe miaka ka. Kabla jina yako igrow jipe miaka ka. Jipe miaka ka. Kabla jina yako igrow jipe miaka ka. Kalazima ni kutukane ndo ujulikane. Hip hop ni culture ya love, usisahau. Pole kukuambia sikuchukia na kudharau. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Je bro, ni aje sister? Tunawacheki. We got mad love for you. Ni aje bro, ni aje sister? Tunawacheki. We got mad love for y'all. Make some noise for yourselves. Wewe nimefurahi kuwa hapa mazee, tuna sound poa. We, hii song napendanga tukipiga vi emotional tu vipoa. Nipigieni hizo clap tena. Uko juu nawaona. Listen. Wumfala mgani ane kama mngari kwa list juu ya Ferrari. Ana degree au ni journalist tu juu analyst. Nasikia wakiuliza ule boy, tena nasikia wakiuliza ule boy wetu alienda wapi, amepotea kazi ile mbegu atwali. Aya, hiyo ndo part mnajua, hiyo ndo part ndawaachia. Twende sedo. Ya Ferrari, ana degree au ni journalist tu juu analyst. Nasikia wakiuliza ule boy wetu alienda wapi, amepotea kazi ile mbegu atwali. Na nasikia inasemekana rap zangu kamna mkazu na ile utamia rege mama. Modinari wananikubali, watiaji hawezi kana. Iko wale upenda sauti yangu, iko wale usengenyana mama. Kijana wako amepotea, masikio tu yeye anatobwa, huku ndugu zake wakiendelea. Mwenyezi pekee anaweza mwokoa, kimaisha amelegea, ingawa watoni akitobwa bado twazidi kumwombea. Amina. Sonangi aja ya ofisi, sina njaa najua mpishi. Sijaifanya kazi ya ofisi, sijailala kasi jadishi. Jarap kituka kutoka 6 hivi. Trust me, sezi rust me. Hata niache mziki miaka 50, kirudi bado na crash nyinyi. Fast me, ndani ya party na nguo rasmi. Zimepigwa pasi hapo katikati, napiga mic check. Niko party na niko night shit, niko busy, sikuwa najificha. These rappers miss their teacher, kitu wanaandika sinachoma picha. Singeacha kuwafundisha, sauti nasikiani. Don't waste your time wishing you're too proud, my baby. Too proud to wish they had an easy way out. Let times get tough so they remember you're a blessing. When life is good, they won't forget to say. Don't waste your time wishing you're too proud, my baby. Too proud to wish they had an easy way out. Let times get tough so they remember you're a blessing. When life is good, they won't forget to say. Yeah. Listen, let me tell you a story. Naulizwa mbona niliacha mziki, nilikuwa mkali juu ya mic, nimemisiwa na mashabiki, niliacha game mapema hata kabla refa hajapiga firimbi, bila kwa heri hatu alistukia tu kuna samahani, nimepotea. Shukrani wale wamenifikiria, hizo miaka zote nimekuwa missing, iko kitu hamjaniambia. Kani ningebaki bado ungekuwa nataki ya kusikia nikiwaimbia, ama basi sasa mngekuwa mnanifanya vile mnafanya mapioneer. Story kwa media ati nimechapa nikojua madawa na hangaika, shoni ujamaa alimba dada kama ukatendraise mnaija. It's not that serious, rap ni hobby. Bila mziki bado na sosi, ingekuwa career si ningekuwa nalia kusikia ati naijana Nairobi. Ambia ni ukama asijifeel sana, wewe ni mgeni siku ya kwanza tunakupenda, ukikakata toka na wewe hivyo ndo kuenda. Mimi yule mgeni alikaa siku 2 tu, sikukaa siku mingi nikuachie nafasi ya kuchoka. So now you know, so now you know, oh, so now you know. Mapena nifanye kitu, cheki. Hey, make some noise for yourself, my people. Check it. Say do. Hii crowd iko na waseka maybe 100 na unasikia vile iko loud. Iko tu sawa, si ndio? Unbank yourself. We, tumebakisha nini kabla niende? Ati? Inaendaje? We, tuingie church maze. Hebu nyamazeni. In whatever you do in life, maze, be fearless. Don't let anyone put you down. Don't go out there feeling like you're better than anyone. Don't let anyone make you feel like they're better than you. We're all blessed in our own special way. Sindio? Amen? Whether you're Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter. We're all one people, one love. Sindio? If you have someone you love in your life, put 2 hands in the air like this. 2 hands in the air like this. Now pray for them. Say, I pray me and my people, we never. I pray we live forever, and forever we multi, and wherever we go. Atakasi na kitu, uko na mimi kila siku. Yeah. Sijui kantaona kesho, kaningali na uwezo wa kuifanya, nitaifanya hadi mwisho. Mwambieni huyo. Unipe nguvu na uwezo wa kijana na akili za mzee, daima niwe. Let's do it again. Sijui kantaona kesho, kaningali na uwezo wa kuifanya, nitaifanya hadi mwisho. Mwambieni huyo. Simogopi shetani, sagoji uko nami hadi kantaona. Unipe nguvu na uwezo wa kijana na akili za mzee, daima niwe imara, wasiniangushe. Yeah. Naona saa kila siku ni zawadi toka Maulana, so haja gani ushike majaribu wisha hoya. Oh, na hataka adui zangu atashikana na zao njama, siwaogopi na simama ya kiama yao ya jai. Eno pesa nasonga nayo, wanashangaa kuna stress na kuanga nayo. Naishi sawa sina kesi mahakamani, deni za majirani, fresh nje na ndani. Oh yeah, na wogopa mwanadamu kija kuntafash, naomba yao yasiniumize, mfanye wakitry kuntisha, naomba nisitetemeke. I know you love me, know you love me. So I don't fear nobody but you. I know you love me, know you love me. Nisi teteme. I know you love me, know you love me. I don't fear nobody but you. Say nisi tetemeke. Yeah. Siamini jo, vile naishi life ni ngumu kuamini hisi ndoto. Sijui kesho vile itakaa, kwa hivyo leo nitaifanya kaa kidogo wairidhishi roho. Yani sana, tena sana, hata wale wananichukia wananiheshimu bra, mimi si kidogo. Si babaiki nikisikia mkiongea nazidi kuwapa mimi kisogo. Na kama sasa simami, sitaki life niache matani mtani. Mwenyezi nchungie familia yangu na pia za wale wote sauti yangu wanaisikia. Tupe afya nzuri na maisha matamu. Waone mfalme ni wewe, wakupewa shangwe ni wewe, wakupewa shangwe ni wewe. Oh na mwogopa mwanadamu kija kuntafash, naomba maneno yao yasinyumize, nifanye wakitry kuntisha, naomba nisitetemeke. Oh, I pray me and my people, we never die. I pray we live forever, and forever we multiply. Wherever we go, nini waneza nisho, wataka sina kitu. Uko na mimi kila siku, kila siku. Sijui kantaona kesho, kaningali na uwezo wa kuifanya, nitaifanya hadi mwisho. Mwambieni huyo devil, simogopi shetani, God yuko nami hadi kifo. Kantaona kesho, nipe nguvu na uwezo wa kijana na akili za mzee. Daima niwe imara, wasiniangushe. I love you. nitaifanya hadi mwisho, mwambieni huyo devil. Simogopi shetani, sa God yuko nami hadi kifo. Kanta una kesho, nipe nguvu na uwezo wa kijana na akili za mzee. Daima niwe imara, wasiniangushe. Naona saa kila siku ni zawadi toka Maulana, so haja gani ushike tama mama, majaribu ishaoea. Nataka madui zangu watashikana na zao njama, siwaogopi na simama ya kiama yao yajaye. Yendo pesi na songa naye, wanashangaa kuna stress na kuanga naye. Naishi sawa sina kesi mahakamani, au deni za majirani, niko fresh ndena ndani. Oh yeah, ogopa Mungu pekee, wanadamu kija kumtafash, naomba Mungu mtete. Maneno yao yasiniumize, mfanye sugu wewe. Wakifai kumtisha, naomba nisitetemeke. I know you love me, know you love me, baby, so I don't fear nobody but you. I know you love me, know you love me, baby, nisitetemeke. I know you love me, know you love me, baby, so I don't fear nobody but you. I know you love me, know you love me, baby, nisitetemeke. Siamini jodu vile naishi life ni ngumu kuamini hisi ndoto. Sijui kesho vile itakaa, kwa hivyo leo nitaifanya kaa kidogo, wairidhishi roho. Yani sana, tena sana, hata wale wananichukia wananiheshimu bra, mimi si kidogo. Si baba hiki nikisikia mkiongea, nazidi kuwapa mimi kisogo. Na kama saa sisimami, sitaki life niache mtani. Mwenyezi mchungie familia yangu na pia za wale wote sauti yangu wanaisikia. Tupe